The Greeks got everything from the Egyptians, bro. The Egyptians
ain't got no homosexuality. That's a bullshit ass. That's why I fall out with the Bible.
Yes, they was.
When they start talking that shit that the Egyptians was homosexual, that's some bullshit.
What we can say about ancient Kemet that you cannot say about Greece and Rome is that homosexuality was not prescribed as a cultural imperative. That is very important.
That's right.
You understand? It was not prescribed as a cultural imperative, meaning that the only time you find homosexuality in the Kemetic text of ancient Egypt, it is always as one of two. It is either shown as prescriptive behavior, in other words, this is not the kind of behavior that we engage in, and number two, it is shown as ridicule.
But I want to read something else as a reference to homosexual behavior and us not having laws against that. I quoted Tyrian Papyrus 120.6, where it reads, and we can even find it in this book, The Pharaoh's Work, is where it reads, "There is even death of a man who acts as a woman, and vice versa." It said, which looks like a reference to homosexual behavior. And this is not the primary. The primary, again, because you got to check the primaries before you put out some work that a book say, is the Tyrian Papyrus 120.6. So when they act like we didn't have these real life functional laws, again, let me read it. Death of a man who acts as a woman.
So if you were to ask me, did homosexuality take place in ancient Egypt? I would surmise there may have been some cases of it. I would never tell you it never happened. What I would say is I know based on studying the Kemetic doctrine and philosophy, they made no concessions to homosexuality. Right. That I can honestly say.
I would never tell you that there is nothing from outside of you that could go in you and not defile you. That's why Jesus said, bend over, John.
So in 24:2 and 24:9, we have the servant putting his hand under the skirt and on the thigh of Abraham.
Already pulling out the homosexual scriptures up in the Bible.
So Jesus is a goddamn fact. John was a disciple of Jesus and his goddamn love.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. This is Brother Joshua bringing you my latest video titled, Is There a Secret Gay Agenda Among the Kemetic Conscious Groups? That's right, you heard correctly. Is there a secret gay agenda among the Kemetic Conscious Groups? And I decided to do this particular video for a number of reasons. One reason is I've been sitting back watching these street encounters between the Hebrew Israelites and the members of the Kemetic Conscious Groups on YouTube for about 3 years now. And as many of you can attest to, these encounters usually turn into a shouting match, and then oddly enough, an official debate with promotional flyers and everything. And I see well-known Kemetic group leaders like Shakka Ahmose and Brother Polight approach Hebrew Israelites in the streets and just throw a barrage of questions at them. So it's come to a point where all these people like to do is harass black Hebrew Israelites and endlessly argue with them. So I want to put something out here that's going to end all the controversy, because one of the things they keep trying to push on Hebrew Israelites, and thus the Bible, is that the Bible somehow endorses homosexuality or homosexual behavior. And they've made this into a controversy with the Hebrew Israelites, and they're constantly harassing the Hebrew Israelites. So I decided to create a video that puts forth the question, is there a secret gay agenda among the Kemetic Conscious Groups? Because I want to focus the attention where it needs to be, and that is on ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet. Because these guys never really like to broadcast what the ancient Egyptians taught, believed, or promoted. Another reason I decided to do this documentary is because I'm just simply sick of the constant disdain and disrespect that these Kemetic conscious groups show for the Bible, Hebrew Israelites, and even the Most High God himself. You got Shakka Ahmose making videos where it says burn the Bible. You got Seti claiming that the Bible is fiction and people like David and Jesus never even existed. And you even got Brother Polight doing videos taking the Bible to a shooting range and literally shooting it up. So I'm just sick of the constant blasphemy and ridicule that these Kemetic conscious groups who claim they're here to unite black people promote. It shows their lack of respect, their lack of diplomacy, and it needs to stop. But the main and most important reason I did this documentary is because I want to expose what these Kemetic conscious groups have not been telling you about ancient Egypt. In fact, each and every time somebody tries to shine the spotlight on Egypt or Kemet, they immediately try to divert your attention away from ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet and try to redirect your attention on the Bible and therefore attack it. This is a form of manipulation. They're like magicians using sleight of hand tricks. Tricks designed to make you pay attention to one thing while drawing your attention away from another. And they use these street encounters and debates with the Hebrew Israelites to exercise these deception, manipulation, and diversion tactics. That's what they do. So in this documentary, I'm going to show you once and for all that the ancient Egyptians did in fact promote homosexuality by way of the gods or Neteru. And by that I mean that the ancient Egyptians worshiped gods that were either homosexual themselves or gods who were the direct result of two homosexual gods having intercourse. This is either explicitly stated in ancient Egyptian literature itself, or it is heavily implied on the walls, temples, and tombs of ancient Egypt. So when these Kemetic conscious groups promote these gods of Egypt or push the gods of Egypt or try to get you to embrace Egypt or Kemet in any shape, form, or fashion, if they don't know or if they are not telling you that these deities were homosexual, then they are pushing a secret gay agenda. In fact, I'm going to show you that some of the biggest names in the Kemetic conscious community are pushing the homosexual gods of ancient Egypt. People like Seti, who you've heard on numerous occasions condemn homosexuality. People like Shakka Ahmose, who actually had the audacity to put forth a DVD titled Homogender Relations in the Bible, in which he actually tried to accuse the Bible of endorsing homosexual behavior. I'm going to show you that Shakka Ahmose is pushing the homosexual deities of ancient Egypt. But most of all, I'm going to show you that the so-called phenom, the golden boy of the Kemetic Conscious Groups, and arguably the most popular, Brother Polight, is pushing the homosexual deities of ancient Egypt. In fact, he is the #1 culprit. All three of these guys, and many more like them who represent ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet, ancient Nile Valley civilization, are secretly pushing gay deities and thus a secret gay agenda, and I'm going to prove that. How am I going to do that? Because if I can show you that the gods of ancient Egypt were gay, and that there were many underlying subliminal homosexual messages both on the temple walls and in the ancient papyri, then that means that when these people who promote ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet, ancient Nile Valley civilization customs, they are trying to lure you into a secret gay agenda. I'm also going to show you that there are a lot of things that they are hiding from you. A lot of secrets that are not being revealed about ancient Kemet. Things that these guys will run from. Yes, sisters and brothers, they are hiding a great deal of information from you. But most importantly, I'm going to show you that ancient Kemet customs and beliefs were centered around belief in the gods of ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet, and therefore, if it can be proven that the gods were gay, then that makes the theology gay. I'm also going to prove to you that the throne of Pharaoh, or in other words, the ancient Egyptian monarchy, was established on homosexuality. I'm going to prove to you that several ancient deities were homosexual. Deities like the god Seth or Seth. Deities like Horus or Heru. Deities like Osiris or Asar. And much, much more. These are things that they are keeping from you. So when they try to tell you, you need to go back to Egypt, but at the same time, they're trying to get you to believe that they are against homosexuality, the two cannot coexist. Because by telling me to return to Egypt, you are in fact pushing me in the direction of a gay agenda. And I'm going to show you that these guys are well aware of this. I'm going to show you things that they've said in their videos. I'm going to take you to their websites. And then I'm going to show you from the ancient Egyptian texts themselves that this is all part of an elaborate scheme to push a secret gay agenda. But before I do all of that, I'm going to start with individual representatives of the Kemetic Conscious Groups and systematically show you one by one how these guys claim that they are against homosexuality and the gay agenda, yet they are secretly promoting the gay deities of ancient Egypt and thus pushing a secret gay agenda. I'm going to show you it's part of a scheme to get you as a black Hebrew Israelite or as a believer in general to put down your Bible, destroy your Bible, abandon your Bible, so that you can be a part of Egypt and be a part of the gay agenda. And I'm going to show you that they're all in on it. Yes, sisters and brothers, I'm going to show you Pharaoh Seti. I'm going to show you Shakka Ahmose, which shouldn't be a surprise for a lot of people, because I know what y'all think about that, brother. And yes, even Polight. I'm going to show you that. And like I said, I'm going to do it systematically, starting with each one of them individually. And then by the end of this video, I guarantee you that you will see that ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet pushed homosexuality. But first, I'm going to show you how Pharaoh Seti spoke against homosexuality in his debate against Brother Polight, which took place a while back. Take a look at this clip.
Hail those whose face is turned backwards, who cometh forth from the dwelling. I have not committed acts of impurity, neither have I lain with men. I have not committed acts of impurity, nor have I lain with men. That's clear. I'm standing on that. This homosexuality shit is killing our ass. It's killing our ass. It's destroying the family. It's suicide. It's fucking suicide. The only man that I know would spend that much time defending a homosexual is a homosexual.
So on the surface, this guy displays this militant, hardcore persona that is against homosexuality. He even said it's killing our people. Now let me show you something else Seth said about ancient Egypt, because he claims that ancient Egypt was not homosexual, neither did ancient Egypt promote homosexuality. Check out this clip.
The Greeks got everything from the Egyptians, bro.
That ain't got no homosexuality. That's a bullshit ass. That's why I fall out with the Bible.
Yes, they was.
When they start talking that shit that the Egyptians was homosexual, that's some bullshit.
So you've just seen that Seth said that this is one of the reasons why he can't get with the Bible, because the Bible says that Egypt was gay, and that's bull. That's why he said he can't get with the Bible. So I want you to keep all this stuff in mind as we explore this. Think about all of this. That Seth said that, number one, homosexuality is wrong and that it's killing our people. And number two, that he claims that the Bible was lying when it said that ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet was gay or promoted homosexuality. We're going to go to some of the ancient Egyptian writings and we're going to read them, and I'm going to let you see for yourself that not only did ancient Egypt promote homosexuality in the stories of the gods, but also this thought process transferred over into their theology and even their creation stories. First, we're going to read a story that none of them want to fully address or even deal with. You will never hear this story from Sarasutenseti, Shakka Ahmose, or Brother Polight, because it reveals just how gay ancient Egypt was. And this story is known as the Contendings of Horus and Seth. This isn't even the beginning of what I have to reveal. So don't be like, oh, I've already heard that before, so he's just gonna bring up some stuff we've already heard. No, this is just the surface, sisters and brothers. I have a lot to reveal in this video, a whole lot. But this story is called the Contendings of Horus and Seth. And this particular story was written during the reign of Ramesses V, or during Dynasty 20. And it's called the Contendings of Horus and Seth because it records the constant battle and conflict that was going on between these two Egyptian deities. Now, listen to this. Now, afterward, at evening time, bed was prepared for them. Talking about Horus and Seth, or Set. And they both lay down. But during the night, Seth caused his phallus to become stiff. That means he caused his penis to become hard or erect. So if you cause your own penis to become stiff or erect, that means that you're playing with yourself or you're touching yourself. And let's see what he did. And inserted it between Horus's thighs. And when it talks about it being inserted between Horus's thighs, it meant he spread his thighs or his butt cheeks. And I'm going to show you in other manuscripts that's exactly what it meant. So you have the god Seth having anal sex with Horus. Let's see what happened. Then Horus placed his hands between his thighs and received Seth's semen. So in this version of the story, Seth did not manage to ejaculate into Horus. Although he did manage to have sex with him, we're going to prove that. Sexual intercourse did take place, just in this particular variation of the story, he did not manage to ejaculate into Horus. In other variations of the story, I'm going to show you that he did manage to ejaculate into Horus. But then it continues. Horus went to tell his mother Isis, "Help me, Isis, my mother. Come and see what Seth has done to me." And he opened his hands and let her see Seth's semen. Now there's one thing I want you to keep in mind, because when you read this and you read about Horus running to his mother Isis, at first glance it sounds like this is something happening to a little boy. But sisters and brothers, understand that at this point, Horus and Seth had already been conflicting for 80 years. So this isn't a little boy. This is a grown man running to his mom. Let's continue. And he opened up his hands and let her see Seth's semen. She let out a loud shriek, seized her copper knife, cut off his hands, threw them into the water, and restored for him hands that were equivalent. So notice what Isis did. Isis cut off Horus's hands. And it's a reason why she did that. See, what the Egyptologists don't tell you is that Isis was known for her deception. She was a very deceitful goddess. She was a master of deception. And when she cut off Horus's hands and threw them in the water, this was all part of an elaborate scheme she was trying to come up with to help Horus win the throne of his father Osiris, or Asar. So she cut off his hands and threw them in the water, and then, being a goddess, she created him new hands that look exactly like his old hands. Now before we continue this story, I'm going to show you that all of the top Egyptologists agree that this was a homosexual assault. In other words, they could clearly tell that this was gay. I'm going to show you that this is what all of the scholars agree, that Seth was gay, and by association, so was Horus. And I'm going to show you that Horus was gay too. So first we're going to go to a book titled A Dictionary of Egyptian Gods and Goddesses. And this is by a guy named George Hart. And just to give you a little background on this guy, he holds a master's degree in Egyptian art and archaeology from University College London. So this is no amateur, this is no slouch. Now, let's see how he understood what happened between Horus and Seth. This is what it says under Horus. Horus pleads that he is being defrauded of his lawful patrimony. There are now a series of episodes involving Horus and Seth, each trying to outwit the other and win over the court. This is what the Contendings of Horus and Seth is talking about. But look what else it says. See Isis, under the heading of Isis in this dictionary, for Seth's unintentional admission of guilt and his homosexual assault on Horus. So notice that this top Egyptologist is telling you that this was a homosexual assault. So Seth was gay. He was a homosexual. Now let's move on to Isis, because he told us to see Isis. This is on page 104 under Isis. During the dispute, Seth makes a successful sexual attack on Horus. Notice it says a successful. That means that Seth did indeed manage to anally rape Horus. So Horus is a god that was anally raped. And that's only one variation of the story. I'm going to show you another variation of the story where it was consensual sex. In other words, Horus was a willing participant. So it said, during the dispute with Seth, Seth makes a successful sexual attack on Horus, who takes some of the god's semen to his mother Isis as witness of the event. So this is a testimony to the contendings of Horus and Seth, because that's what we read. So we can see that this is a well-known story among true Egyptologists. So how come they never talk about this or teach this? They don't want you to know about this gay agenda. They don't want you to know that they're trying to push you toward gay deities and a gay theology. But now we're going to move on to another source. This book is titled Seth, God of Confusion, a study of his role in Egyptian mythology and religion. And this is by Dr. Herman Tevelde, and he's a professor emeritus. And what that means is a retired professor of the University of Groningen. He's also a well-known top Egyptologist. Let's see what he has to say about Seth's sexual orientation. But this is page 43 of the book Seth, God of Confusion. Now look what it says here concerning Seth. Seth has sexually abused Horus, and Horus has tricked Seth. Thereby cosmic powers have been wasted. Seth's homosexual act threatens to change the cosmos into chaos. So again, notice that this guy is letting you see that Seth was homosexual. And I know some of you Egyptologists listening now, or some of y'all that represent Kemet, will say, well, you can say whatever you want to about Seth because Seth was seen as evil in the eyes of the Egyptians. That's actually partially true. There are many Egyptians that saw Seth as evil, but there are also many Egyptians that worship and praise Seth. In other words, feeling for the god Seth grew and fell based on certain times in history. But there are even Egyptian kings that worship Seth and were even named after Seth, something we'll get into later. But the point is, we're seeing that Dr. Tevelde, a top Egyptologist, also agrees and can see that Seth was a homosexual, which by association makes Horus a homosexual, which I said I'm going to show you that the sex between Seth and Horus was consensual in other variations of this story. But let's move on. Now we're going to read another book titled Mythology, the illustrated anthology of world myth and storytelling. And this book has many authors, but the person who is the author of the portion we're reading is named Dr. Joanne Fletcher. Let's see how she understands what happened between Seth and Horus. This is page 54 in this book, and it says, in due course, night fell. A bed was prepared, and the two gods settled down together. This is talking about Seth and Horus. When Seth thought that Horus was asleep, he attacked him sexually to show his dominance over his younger rival. Notice that she said that Seth attacked Horus to show his dominance over his younger rival. I'm going to show you later that that was true. Seth raping Horus was an act of dominance. But look what it says. But Horus was ready and caught Seth's seed with his hand. At once he ran to Isis crying, "Look what Seth has done to me." Isis, who understood the dangers from Seth's semen, at once cut off her son's hand and threw it into the Nile. Of course, she quickly replaced it with another. So we see that this Egyptologist, Joanne Fletcher, is also familiar with the story that we know as the Contendings of Horus and Seth. So why aren't the Kemetic Conscious Groups teaching you about this story? Why aren't they telling you that Horus and Seth were homosexual deities? Because they want you to believe that your Bible is pushing some kind of gay agenda. They want you to believe that Egypt is the cradle of civilization and that we need to all return to Egypt. But they're not telling you that Seth and Horus were homosexuals. They're not telling you that. They're not telling you that the Egyptian theology is based off of homosexuality and homosexual deities. But I'm going to show y'all that as we continue. But now we're going to go to another source. We're going to go to the Complete Gods and Goddesses of Ancient Egypt by Richard H. Wilkinson. And you can look this guy up too, Richard H. Wilkinson. He's a retired professor of Egyptology. He's very well known in the world of Egyptology. In other words, this guy has credentials. And what we're going to do is we're going to read page 198 of this book. Let's see what he says concerning Seth. Now listen to this. According to legend, he murdered his brother Osiris and then engaged in a bitter contest lasting 80 years with Osiris' son and heir Horus. Notice it said a bitter contest that lasted 80 years. This is what I was telling y'all earlier. Horus was no spring chicken when Seth approached him. This is an 80-year conflict. This is what we were reading about in the Contendings of Horus and Seth. But let's continue. With Osiris' son and heir Horus, whom Seth challenged for the role of rulership, which I'm going to show you later became the throne of Pharaoh. In this ongoing contest, Seth put out the Eye of Horus, who in turn castrated Seth. So Seth put out the Eye of Horus, and in some versions of the story, he put out both of his eyes. And it tells you that Horus castrated Seth. In other words, he ripped off Seth's testicles. Then it says, doubtless in allusion to the suppression of the sexual power and violence of the god who was associated with rape and unnatural sexual desire. Notice it said that Seth was associated with rape and unnatural sexual desire. What is this unnatural sexual desire? Homosexuality, sisters and brothers. And again, if you try to claim that all of ancient Egypt couldn't stand Seth and sing Seth like in the Egyptian version of the Christian devil, you're wrong. Because I can show you throughout history that the attitudes toward the god Seth varied according to politics and whatever king was ruling at that time. And there are plenty of kings in history that worship and praise Seth, knowing his story, being full aware of his mythology. But one thing that we've been seeing constantly is the fact that it seems like that Seth was approaching a reluctant Horus. So some of you may still try to argue that, well, even if Seth did rape Horus, that just makes Seth gay. That doesn't make Horus gay. But like I said, the things we've been reading are only one version of the story. There is also another version of the story that lets us know that it was consensual sex. In other words, Horus was down with having sex with Seth. Let's take a look at that now. And even if I didn't show you that Horus was down with having sex with Seth, that still makes Horus a weak symbol from a sexual point of view. I mean, what kind of symbol of manhood would Horus be if he was raped by Seth? That's just like in prison culture. The guy who is raped is not seen as a strong man. He's not seen as a powerful leader. He's seen as a weakling. So even if you try to tell me that only Seth was gay, you're still pushing a weak deity in Horus because he was raped by another man. And in society, that is never looked upon as a pillar of strength. But yet you guys are trying to push Horus on us. You guys are even trying to claim that Jesus Christ is based off of Horus. Show me anywhere in this Bible where Jesus Christ allowed somebody to rape him. Show me where Jesus' uncle raped him and he went crying to his mother Mary with his uncle's semen on his hands. Show me that in the Bible. That's nowhere in the Bible. But in Egypt mythology, Horus got raped. It doesn't even say that he tried to fight Seth back. It doesn't even say he woke up in the middle of the night angry and tried to beat the crap out of Seth. He went crying to his mommy. That's what he did. Mommy, look what Seth has done to me. And when we read and continue later, you're going to see how Isis responded to this. And you're going to be very shocked at her reaction to this. But let's take a look at this other source. We're going to read from a text known as the Hieratic papyri. And this text was first translated by a guy named Francis Llewellyn Griffith. He was a British professor of Egyptology, also renowned in the world of Egyptology, top scholar. He's dead now, but everybody knows about him. And he translated the Hieratic papyri, which is known now as the Petric papyri, Hieratic papyri from Kahan and Garab. And he first translated this in 1893. And we're reading from the 1898 edition that was later published. And in these texts, I'm going to show you that the homosexual sex between Horus and Seth was consensual. And these writings were written principally during the Middle Kingdom. So let's see what it says about Horus and Seth. Take a look at this story right here. This is from the Hieratic papyri from Kahan and Garab. The majesty of Seth said to the majesty of Horus, "How beautiful are thy buttocks, how flourishing." Notice that this particular version of the story starts out with Seth complimenting Horus on having a nice behind. Is this not homosexual? Is this not gay? But the point of me taking you here is to show you that in this version of the story, the sex was consensual. Now, listen to this. And where you see the 3 dots, that lets you know that this is where the text was damaged and they don't know what was right there. But enough of it was preserved for you to see that this was a gay conversation and it was consensual sex. So now let's continue. The majesty of Horus said, "Wait, that I may tell it to their palace." The majesty of Horus said to his mother Isis, "Seth desires to have intercourse with me." See, in this version of the story, Seth did not trick Horus over to his house and then tried to rape him in his sleep. In this version of the story, Seth approaches Horus openly, trying to seduce him with sweet talk. But let's continue. And she said to him, Isis talking to Horus, "Take care. Do not approach him for that." In other words, don't approach him for sexual intercourse. This is what Isis is telling Horus. But listen, when he mentions it to thee a second time, say thou to him, "It is altogether too difficult for me because of my nature, since thou art too heavy for me. My strength will not be equal to thine." Notice that Isis is not telling her son Horus to go back and tell Seth homosexuality is wrong. Being gay is evil. That's not what Isis is telling Horus to tell Seth. She's telling Horus to tell Seth, "I won't be able to handle you. I won't be able to take it." But watch what else she says. "Since thou art too heavy for me, my strength will not be equal to thine. Thou shalt say to him." That's what she told Horus to tell Seth. But listen to this. "Then when he shall have given thee strength, do thou place thy fingers between thy buttocks." So Isis is telling Horus, let Seth have anal sex with you. Let Seth get you in the behind. Is this the type of mother the conscious community is trying to tell our black women to emulate? You know, Polight is always saying the black woman is God. Sarasutin Seti is always saying the black woman is God. And they mention Isis on a number of occasions. So you're trying to tell me this is the type of woman you want our black women to emulate? A woman who is telling our young black men that when another man approaches you sexually, lay there and let him get it? See, they're not telling you these kind of things. They want to make you think that Isis was just this beautiful and wise goddess. No, Isis is telling her own son to let another man get him in the butt. That's what she's doing. But look what else it says. "Lo, it will give. Lo, he will enjoy it exceedingly." Isis is telling Horus not only to let Seth have anal sex with you, but also that Seth will enjoy it exceedingly, meaning a lot. It's going to be very pleasurable to him. See, these are the type of things that they are hiding from you. They're not telling you that Horus was a consenting homosexual. They're not telling you that. See, in some versions of the story, they have Horus simply being raped. In other versions of the story, the Egyptians say that it was consensual. But it doesn't matter which version of the story you choose, it's still homosexual. And I'm going to even show you in the version of the story where Seth tried to rape Horus. Horus and Isis still came up with a plot to make it seem like Horus had in fact raped Seth. I'm going to show you that. So, Sarasutin Seti, do you still think the Bible is lying when it says that Egypt was homosexual? Does this sound homosexual to you? Is it homosexual for a man to allow another man to have anal sex with him? And don't you find it a little sickening that his own mother Isis advised him to let it happen? See, you will never hear Seti tell you about this. Shakka Ahmose will never tell you about this. Polight will never mention this because they are part of this secret gay agenda. They want you to go to Egypt and they want you to fall in love with Egypt. So by the time you discover this stuff, you're so in love with Egypt that what you're going to do, because you don't want to let go Egypt, is you're going to justify this stuff. But people who are truly against the gay agenda, they will put Kemet away, just as the Bible told us to do. And I'm going to show you that later on in this video. But they're trying to bring you back to Kemet with all this homosexual stuff. And I know a lot of y'all might be thinking right now, well, what about the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at, where it speaks against homosexuality? Don't worry, we're going to deal with that too, because I'm going to show you that Seth was being dishonest about what he brought forth in his debate with Polight from the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at. It's something that he didn't tell you. In fact, it's a lot of pertinent information that he left out concerning that verse. Don't think that's escaped my notice, because I know a lot of y'all thinking, well, he ain't gonna say nothing about the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at. That goes against homosexuality. That proves that the Egyptians did not promote homosexuality. Oh, we're gonna deal with that. But already you should be able to see that something's wrong, because you're clearly seeing here that this was consensual sex between Seth and Horus. So what are you going to say about that? These are homo deities. And later on, we're going to see how this relates to the throne of Pharaoh. But let me prove to you that Seth did in fact ejaculate into Horus. We're going to go to another source. This source is titled The Conflict of Horus and Seth, and it's by the late John Gwynn Griffith. And this is from a papyrus fragment from Saqqara that he published in his book. And this is what it says. The seed of Seth is in the belly of Horus, since Seth has emitted it against him. So how did the seed of Seth, meaning the semen of Seth, get into the belly of Horus? Through anal sex. Seth had sex with Horus. And we saw from the last version of the story that we read concerning these two deities that it was consensual sex. So that means both Horus and Seth are homosexual deities. So that means if anybody does or says or teaches anything or promotes anything that is associated with these gods, they are pushing a gay agenda. Because these gods are homosexual. And I'm going to show you exactly that. I'm going to show you that people who represent Egypt or Kemet associate themselves with, promote themselves, and even name themselves after homosexual deities in ancient Egypt. But they never tell you this stuff. But we just saw that the seed of Seth was in the belly of Horus. So now let's move on and let's take a look at something else. Because as I just told you, people who represent Egypt or Kemet name themselves after these gay deities. And the main person who speaks against homosexuality is named after the gayest Egyptian deity in the Egyptian pantheon. And that person is Seti. Seti. So what we're going to do is we're going to look up that name Seti, and we're going to see which god that's associated with. First, we're going to go to a book titled Religion in Ancient Egypt. And this book is by Byron E. Schaefer, John Bangs, Leonard H. Lesko, and David P. Silverman. All of these people are either doctors or professors in Egyptology or Egyptian archaeology. So all four of these people are qualified Egyptologists. This is page 109 of this book. Look what it says. The succeeding Ramesside period, 19th and 20th dynasties, about 1300 to 1100 BCE, is apparently filled with contradictions, and because of the wealth of materials available from various sources, it is one of the period's most deserving of synchronic analysis. The royal names, listen to this, the royal names of kings of this period indicate that they either were born of Re or Ra, Ramesses or Ramses. Now you know that Ramesses or Ramses is associated with the god Re or Ra. And listen to this. Or were Sethian, Seti, Setnacht, that is associated with Seth. So we can see that the name Seti means associated with Seth. Then it continues and says, the traditional enemy of Osiris and Horus. So wait a minute. The name Seti means associated with Seth. And if you look this up on any name origin site on the internet, it will tell you that the name Seti means of Seth, referring to the Egyptian deity Seth, the same homosexual Egyptian deity we've been reading about all along.
Now the brother called himself Seti, right? After the god Seth. After the god Seth. After the god Seth. After the god Seth. Now Seth is a god of destruction and wickedness.
He was a lie.
All right,
He was a lie.
Let him prove it.
He was a lie.
Bro, you gotta let him go, and then you gonna go. Egypt's most popular religious cult was devoted to Osiris, the fertility god of the Nile,
Son is God.
whose death and resurrection symbolized planting of grain.
Abydos, okay, ancient site, burial site for Osiris, where you see the temple built by my spiritual father Seti, my spiritual father Seti, my spiritual father Seti, my spiritual father Seti, the first. You see Dendera, Heteru, you see Luxor, where you got the Grand Lodge, you got Thebes on West Thebes, that's the other side, that's the burial ground. So you see a lot of Valley of the King.
So Sarasut and Seti, if you are so against being homosexual, why are you named after the gayest Egyptian god in the Egyptian pantheon? Why is that? If you are so against the homosexual agenda, if this whole homosexual thing is killing us, as you said it is, why would you name yourself after the gayest deity in the Egyptian pantheon? See, on the surface, he's all militant. He's all hardcore. He's speaking against homosexuality. But nobody's telling you that he's named after the gayest god in the Egyptian pantheon. This is easy. That's what the name Seti means. It means of Seth. It shows association with Seth. And there were Egyptian kings named Seti. Y'all know about Seti the first and Seti the second. Y'all know about these Egyptian kings. And their name is Seti because of their association with the god Seth or Set. That's who Seti got his name from. But I bet he didn't tell you that their name derives from the god Seth and that the god Seth was a super homosexual. And if any of you don't believe this, you can look it up for yourselves and you will see that. But there's even more. We're going to continue reading where we left off in the book Religion in Ancient Egypt. We were on page 109. Look what it says here. The kings erected many monuments to Amun-Re or Amun-Ra at Thebes and made lavish burial preparations for themselves in the south. But they lived and ruled near the site of the old capital in the northeast delta used by the hated foreign Hyksos. They had divisions of their army named for Seth. Listen to this. It's telling you that the kings had divisions of their army named for Seth, but the kings paid great homage to Osiris and Abydos, and their sons served as priests of Thoth. So notice it said they had divisions of their army named for Seth. In other words, sisters and brothers, Seth was associated with military might. Maybe now you can understand why Sarasut and Seti has such a militant persona, calling himself the general. See, that explains a lot. Why? Because his name is Seti, which means of Seth, the homosexual god Seth. Then he's all about being a soldier and all that stuff, because the ancient Egyptians associated Seth with military might. But see, he doesn't tell you that. He'll just get into a debate with Polight and just say, hey, Malachi York is a homosexual. Sodom misinterpreted is wrong. All of that stuff. He tries to come off like he's against it too. But what would have happened if somebody would have asked Seth during that debate with Polight, if you are so against homosexuality, why are you named after the gayest god in Egypt? But nobody who represent Kemet is going to ask that question, because that'll blow the cover for all of them who represent Kemet. So y'all better think about this stuff. So Seth, you're named after a gay Egyptian god. That's who you associate yourself with. If y'all don't believe me, look it up. That's all you have to do. Just look it up. But this is part of that secret gay agenda, telling you one thing on the surface, but behind the scenes you see something completely different. Why would somebody who is so anti-homosexual name themselves after the gayest god in the Egyptian pantheon? Why would he do that? You mean to tell me he didn't know? He has to know something. But I'm going to show you something even more. Let's move on, because Seth, during his debate with Polight, brought out the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at to try to give you the impression that the ancient Egyptians condemned homosexuality.
Hail those whose face is turned backwards, who cometh forth from the dwelling. I have not committed acts of impurity, neither have I lain with men. I have not committed acts of impurity, nor have I lain with men. That's clear. I'm standing on that. This homosexuality shit is killing our ass. It's killing our ass. It's destroying the family.
First of all, there is a lot of critical information that Pharaoh Seti left out when he referenced the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at. For starters, he didn't even tell you at what point in Egyptian history this text was written. So what I'm going to do is go to the preface of my Book of the Dead, translated by E.A. Wallace Budge. And I'm pretty sure that this preface is in every edition of the Book of the Dead. But listen to this. It says, the papyrus of Ani is the largest, the most perfect, and the best illuminated of all the papyri containing copies of the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead. Its rare vignettes, hymns, and chapters, and its descriptive rubrics render it of unique importance for the study of the Book of the Dead, and it holds a very high place among the funerary papyri that were, listen to this, that was written between 1500 BC and 1350 BC. That means the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at was written sometime between 1500 BC and 1350 BC. And if you know anything about Egyptian dynasty chronology, then you will know that that means that the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at was written sometime in the 18th dynasty. So if you do the math, counting from the pre-dynastic period, which scholars estimate started between 6500 BC to 5000 BC, then that means there was already an Egyptian civilization in existence about 5,000 years before the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at was written. So this can't be something that was universally believed in Egypt anyway, because it didn't exist until the 18th dynasty. So the way Seti was reading it though, when he was debating Polight, he made it sound like there was a universal belief held by Egyptians for all time. Why didn't he tell people there is no testimony of the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at before the 18th dynasty? Why didn't he mention that? But that's not even all. Another thing Seti failed to mention is that Confession 27 does not read the same way in every translation of the Book of the Dead. Seti was only reading one translation of the Book of the Dead. Let me show you how it reads in Budge's translation, which is the translation I have. And I'm going to show you something very important that Seti conveniently left out. This is what it says. Hail Herfhoff, who cometh forth from thy cavern. I have not committed acts of sexual impurity or lain with men. Now on the surface, it seems like that the implied thou shalt not that most people read into this text is thou shalt not lay with men. And a lot of Egyptologists try to run to the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at to condemn homosexuality. But as I said, this is only one translation of this verse. And in fact, this is not even the first way this verse was translated by E.A. Wallace Budge. I'm going to show you an even earlier translation of this verse. And check out how it reads. We're going to read the same exact verse, the same negative confession 27, but we're going to read it from the 1895 edition of the Book of the Dead. Same translator though. Now listen to this. It says, Hail, thou whose face is turned behind thee. I have not lusted, nor have I committed fornication, nor have I done any other abominable thing. Wait a minute. What happened to the part about or lain with men? Why is that not in the earlier version of the Book of the Dead? And why didn't Seti mention that? See, he's only giving you one translation, and he's giving you a modern translation that supports his argument. But that's not all. There are other translators that translate this verse differently as well. We're going to go to a book titled The Literature of Ancient Egypt and the Anthology of Stories, Instructions, and Poetry. And we're going to see how the renowned Egyptologist Raymond Oliver Faulkner translated Negative Confession 27 in the Book of the Dead. Now listen to this. O Bastet, who has come forth from the shrine, I have not winked. O he whose face is behind him, who has come forth from the pit, I have not masturbated. I have not copulated with a catamite. And a catamite is a boy kept for homosexual practices. Now, I'm sure y'all will agree that this is a far cry from Budge's translation, which states, I have not lain with men. See, this lets you know that the scholars are in disagreement on how Negative Confession 27 should be translated. And even Budge's 1895 translation of Negative Confession 27 read, I have not fornicated. So for Seti to reference a verse that did not come into existence until nearly 5,000 years after the Egyptians first formed as a nation, as well as use a verse that is surrounded with controversy by even the most advanced and respected Egyptian scholars, shows a form of deception. So why didn't Seti mention this? Why didn't Seti mention that not all Egyptian scholars translate this the same way? He just pulls it out, reads it, and then makes people think that not only were the Egyptians united against homosexuality, but that they've always been that way. But as you can see, nobody really knows how it translates. But if you examine Negative Confession 27 in the original language, along with how the Egyptians view homosexuality overall, then you will see that the meaning of this verse is that it was unacceptable for a man to have sexual relations with another passive feminine-like man. Not have sex with a man in general. See, what they don't tell you, these so-called experts on ancient Kemet, is that the Egyptians' view towards homosexual relations was it was acceptable if you were doing it to dominate or humiliate another male. To just casually do it or to do it with like a willing passive partner, yes, there is literary evidence that the Egyptians were against that. But to say they were against homosexuality in all shapes, forms, and fashions, that's a lie. So what we're going to do is take a look at Negative Confession 27 in the original Kemetic language, and you're going to see what it says. The first word we're going to look at in this verse is the word neck, and it means to have penetrative sex with. This word carries no implications, good or bad. It just means to have penetrative sex with. And scholars usually translate this word as commit adultery with, fornicated with, copulated with, lain with, so on and so forth. However, the next word in this verse we're going to look at is the word nekek. And this is the man on who the sexual act is performed, or in other words, the passive partner in the penetrative sex act. Today we will call that the receiver, or somebody who has been sodomized. So what this verse actually says, when you give a literal translation, is I have not sexually penetrated a passive man, or a passive man who has been penetrated. This is not condemning homosexuality in general. Look at the terminology that it's using. It's condemning a certain kind of homosexuality, which is passive homosexuality. The Egyptians did not frown on homosexuality in general. It was certain kinds of homosexuality. For instance, being a willing participant in homosexuality. In other words, you're on the receiving end. That was frowned upon. Or a man having sex with another passive man. But the Egyptians did not have a problem with sodomizing a man to show dominance. See, once you sodomized the man to show your dominance, he became your nekek. And being a nekek was frowned upon in ancient Egypt. That's what Seth was trying to do to Horus. He was trying to make Horus his nekek. And I'm going to show you that the gods did not have a problem with one man penetrating another man as a show of dominance. They just had a problem with the man who was dominated sexually, or the nekek. In other words, a nekek would be what we look at today in prison culture. You know, a man that's raped in prison, he will be considered a nekek. But in prison culture, the aggressor is never looked upon as weak or even homosexual. In prison culture, a lot of guys who rape men, they don't just do it for pleasure, they do it for dominance. And that's how Egyptians viewed homosexuality. If you were a nekek, or in other words, the receiver or the taker, you were looked down upon. You were considered weak. You were considered a coward, whether it was through dominance or you volunteered to do it. If you were on the receiving end, that's what they looked down upon. But homosexuality in general, as far as you being an aggressor and dominating another man sexually, that was okay. And I'm going to show you that they weren't even particularly dogmatic or legalistic about that. But let's move on. We're going to go back to the contendings of Horus and Seth and pick it up right where we left off, which is after Isis restored Horus's hands when she cut him off. Now pay close attention to this story, because it's going to show you the attitude the Egyptians had towards homosexuality. Did they condemn it in general, or did they just have a problem with passive homosexual men? See, this is what they're not telling you. They're not making this distinction. They're not even investigating it. They're just trying to make you think that the Egyptians were anti-homosexual. That is not true. Look what it says. Then she fetched some fragrant ointment and applied it to Horus's phallus. This is his own mother Isis. Keep this in mind. Why? Because Seti and Polight are always trying to tell people that the black woman is God, and they pull out all these Egyptian goddesses and they mention Isis. So they use Isis as a sort of example for black women to follow. But look what she's doing here. It says she took some fragrant ointment and applied it to Horus's phallus. She's lubing up Horus's penis. That's what she's doing. Look what it says. She caused it to become stiff and inserted it into a pot, and he caused his semen to flow down into it. Now, have you ever heard Seti mention this? What about Shakka Ahmose? What about Polight? Forget them. What about Dr. Clark? What about Dr. Ben? What about Ashra Kwasi? What about them? Have they ever told you that Horus's own mother masturbated him? Gave him a hand job? Is this the type of example you want our black women to follow, Polight? What about you, Seti? See, they're not telling you this. This is perverted. This man's own mother is masturbating him. Are you trying to tell us you would let your own mothers do that to you? It also tells you she caused his semen to flow down into a pot. He ejaculated. That's sick, sisters and brothers, that a man's own mother would do that to him. But this is the culture they're trying to get us to, quote unquote, return to. They're hiding this information from you. They've never walked anybody all the way through this story. They just mention it here and there out of necessity, or when backed into a corner by a Hebrew Israelite. But they never investigate the whole story and walk you all the way through it. We're going to do that in this video so you can see what they've been hiding from you. But look what else it says. Isis at morning time went carrying the semen of Horus to the garden of Seth and said to Seth's gardener, "What sort of vegetable is it that Seth eats here in your company?" So the gardener told her, "He doesn't eat any vegetable here in my company except lettuce." So she's asking Seth's gardener, what kind of vegetables does he eat? And the gardener told her he only eats lettuce. Listen to this. And Isis added the semen of Horus unto it. So look what you're reading here. First, Isis masturbates her own son, gives her own son a hand job all the way to the point of climax. Then she takes the semen and applies it to Seth's favorite food, lettuce. This is one of the reasons lettuce was considered an aphrodisiac in ancient Egypt. But let's continue. Seth returned according to his daily habit and ate the lettuce which he regularly ate. Thereupon he became pregnant with the semen of Horus. Wait a minute, this is gross, homosexual, and perverted for all kinds of reasons. First of all, keep in mind that Isis is the sister of Seth. So rather than confronting Seth about raping her son Horus, which I'm pretty sure any enraged mother would do, she instead masturbates her own son to the point of climax and then takes his semen and spreads it on her own brother's favorite food, lettuce, tricking him into eating the semen of Horus. Has Cyrus Susan said he ever told you this? But this is ancient Kemet. This is Nile Valley. This is Egypt. So this is what you call a homoerotic fantasy, because we all know a man cannot impregnate another man. And don't forget, in other versions of the story, the sex was consensual. So it says he became pregnant by Horus. Let's continue. So Seth went to tell Horus, "Come, let's go, that I may contend with you in the tribunal." Horus told him, "I'll do so. Surely, I'll do so, I'll do so." So now you have Seth trying to take Horus to court. Why is he trying to take Horus to court? Because he wants to prove to the other Egyptian gods that Horus is not fit to take the throne of his father Osiris. All of this is part of one of the reasons why Seth raped Horus. But look what it says. They both went to the tribunal and stood in the presence of the great Enid, and that's the group of 9 gods, not to be confused with the Ogdode, which is the group of 8. They were told, "Speak concerning yourselves." Said Seth, "Let me be awarded the office of ruler LPH." And LPH is short for "May he live, prosper, and be in good health." Because this was a tag that often followed a royal name or position, and that's the way they render it in our English text. So again it says, "Let me be awarded the house of ruler. For as to Horus, the one who is standing trial, I have performed the labor of a male against him." So understand what you're reading here, sisters and brothers, and keep it in context. When Seth told the Enid, the 9 gods at the council, that he had performed the labor of a male against Horus, what he is telling them is, I have dominated Horus sexually. I have raped Horus. I have made him my nekek, a sexually passive male, the receiver. Now think, if the ancient Egyptians believed that homosexuality was wrong in general, then why would Seth go before the gods and admit that he conquered Horus sexually? You have to understand what Seth is trying to do. He's trying to convince the gods that he should take the throne of Osiris, not Horus. And the reason he is giving for that is the fact that he raped Horus. But if the ancient Egyptians believe that homosexuality is wrong, or even better, if the gods of Egypt thought that homosexuality was wrong, then there's no way Seth would have went before them and admitted that he just had sex with another male. Why wouldn't Seth have done that? Because that would have ruined his chances of getting the throne of Osiris. But Seth's argument is, I raped him. I conquered him. Or how we say in the streets, I took that. Let's see how the gods are going to respond to this. The Ennead, the 9 gods. It says, the Ennead let out a loud cry. They spewed and spat at Horus's face. Wait a minute. You got 2 guys standing before the highest council in Egyptian theology. One of them is claiming to have anally raped the other. And who do they condemn and look down upon? The one who was anally raped. Come on, sisters and brothers, you smarter than this. If they were against homosexuality, as people like Seth, Polight, and Shakka Ahmose are trying to lead you to believe, they would have condemned Seth. But this is how the gods looked at it. The gods felt that the person who dominated another man sexually is okay. And the one who was dominated, the one who was raped, the one who was made the nekek, he's the one we condemn. That's why I said they spit in his face. But watch what happens here. Horus laughed at them. Horus then took an oath by God as follows. All that Seth has said is false. First of all, Horus is lying under oath to the gods in court because Seth did rape Horus. So he's lying under oath. This is the type of gods or metaphysical beings that you want us to emulate? People who stand before their peers and lie under oath? Seth did rape Horus. We read that. And Horus went and told Isis, his mother, what Seth had done. So this is a blatant lie. But that's not even my point. Let's keep reading. Let Seth's semen be summoned that we may see from where it answers, and my own be summoned that we may see from where it answers. So Horus is saying, summon our semen, and let's see where our semen answer from. But why is Horus doing this? Let's read and see. Then Thoth, Lord of script and scribe of truth for the Ennead, put his hand on Horus's shoulder and said, come out, you semen of Seth. And it answered him from the water in the interior of the marsh. Why did the semen of Seth answer from the water? Because remember, Horus came to his mother Isis with Seth's seed on his hands. So Isis cut off Horus's hands and threw them in the river. And then she made him new hands that looked exactly like his original ones. So that's why the semen of Seth answered from the water. Isis orchestrated this whole thing. But we're going to see what she was trying to do. Why did she cut off Horus's hands that contained Seth's semen and throw them in the water? And why did she trick Seth into eating Horus's semen? We're going to see why. Then it says, Thoth put his hand on Seth's shoulder and said, come out, you semen of Horus. Then it said to him, talking about Horus's semen, is talking, where shall I come from? Thoth said to it, come out from his ear. Thereupon it said to him, is it from his ear that I should issue forth, seeing that I am divine seed? So Horus's semen felt that it was too good to issue from Seth's ear. So let's see what eventually happens. Then Thoth said to it, come out from the top of his head. And it emerged as a golden solar disc upon Seth's head. Seth became exceedingly furious and extended his hands to seize the golden solar disc. Thoth took it away from him and placed it as a crown upon his own head. Then the Ennead said, Horus is right and Seth is wrong. So what happened here, sisters and brothers? You have to keep in mind what Seth was trying to do. He was trying to make the gods believe that he had dominated Horus sexually, which he had, which to the ancient Egyptians makes you unfit to be a manly ruler. But what Isis did was create the illusion that Horus had dominated Seth sexually. In other words, she tricked the gods into believing that Horus, in fact, had made Seth his nekek. And the proof of that was the fact that Horus's semen was found inside of Seth, which would create the illusion that he had, in fact, had anal sex with Seth and ejaculated in him. In other words, Isis deceived the gods into believing that Horus had raped Seth. And that's why they said Horus is right. There's no condemnation of homosexuality in general here. The only person that's condemned is the person that's on the receiving end. They said Horus is right. Why? Because they believed that he had conquered Seth sexually. They believed that he had actually raped Seth. And you're trying to tell me that the ancient Egyptians didn't promote homosexuality? But what's even more interesting is the fact that Sarnetta admitted that he had never even heard this story before until the black Hebrews brought it out. Take a look at this clip.
Have you ever heard of him saying that he ejaculated himself and bust off on the header letters and he ate the letters?
That's in the Contendings of Horus.
What the hell is all this stuff about, man?
I mean, you gotta understand. Hold on. Understand. Let me ask you a question.
No, brother. I want to find out because see, the Hebrews, if we didn't have these debates, I wouldn't have known nothing about this. 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 That's why.
Hold on. One second. Hold on.
Let me finish. Because were they hiding? Were they dealing with homosexuality in ancient Egypt, brother?
When you say dealing with it, hold on, stop.
Can I answer that? Because
you know what? I'm gonna run over there.
Look how y'all get.
Put the camera over here. Hold on one second. Bro, it was only a moment I never got to finish. I want to finish saying what I'm saying.
He's the devil.
All right, stop, man. Stop. I already know that. Stop for a second.
Don't start. You know how you gonna get.
Here's the deal. The point I'm making is this, and I don't think you have to ask the same question over and over again to get the same answer over and over again. Number one, none of us are hiding anything, and I'll tell you why. Because anytime you ask the question about homosexuality in ancient Egypt, we answered it within the context that it needs to be answered.
Now, there are things that stand out with Sarnetta's statement. One, notice he said that he had never heard the story of Isis spreading Horus's semen on Seth's lettuce and Seth eating the lettuce. Now that's bad because Sarnetta is surrounded by all kinds of brothers who represent ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet. So how is it that he's surrounded by brothers like Polight, Brother Reggie, Shakka Ahmose, Sarasutin Seti? How is it he's surrounded by all these so-called eminent scholars of Kemet and he's never heard the story of Seth ingesting Horus's semen? I'll tell you why. That's the kind of stuff they don't want you to know. Because if they start reading stuff like this to you, then you will know that Egypt promoted homosexuality. But Reggie instantly knew where that story was. He came right up and said, oh, that's the Contendings of Horus and Seth. I find it fascinating that he instantly knew the reference, but how many videos have you seen with Brother Reggie in it teaching this story that I'm showing to you right now called the Contendings of Horus and Seth? How many lectures has he done on it? How many teachings has he done on it? How many times have you seen him proactively bring this to the people? See, they want to hide this kind of stuff from you. And on top of that, Reggie even lied about how the story went down.
Now that doesn't need that, and people listen. I can't go. There's some places I can't go. Right?
Reggie, can you say that part again? Because it's gonna go over people's heads, especially the pessimists. That he was brought before a tribunal.
Yeah, that was deep.
Yes, he was brought.
Because all they're gonna tell you is the homosexual part, but they're not gonna show you the condemnation.
He was condemned for it. Sure.
So please bring that back up again.
He was brought in chains in front of the same group of people that do the weighing of the heart, yeah. Right? The assessors, right? And he was found guilty, 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 and the world was given to Horus, yes, to be the first Nosut, and that's why we have our golden Horus name, because of. But people also don't understand this. I was talking to Saber Shakka, right? that the name.
They didn't condemn Seth for raping Horus. In fact, it was Seth who told them that he raped Horus. If Seth knew that the gods were against any form of homosexuality, then there's no way he would have tried to use that as an arguing point to get the throne. But let me show you what ended up happening to Seth. Because Reggie said they end up bringing Seth in prison. And that part is true. But they didn't do that because he attempted to rape Horus. They did that because Seth finally admitted defeat. He had been battling Horus for years and lost every single time. And after trying to make the gods believe that he raped Horus, as well as trying to challenge him in other ways, he finally admitted defeat. And that's when Isis brought him in as prisoner. And I'm going to show you what happened to Seth. Was he condemned or was he rewarded? Let me show you. We're picking it back up at the contendings of Horus and Seth. Listen. Isis brought Seth restrained with manacles as a prisoner. Like I said, Reggie was telling the truth about this part. But listen. Said Atum to him, "Why do you not allow yourselves to be judged, but instead usurp for yourself the office of Horus?" Said Seth to him, "On the contrary, my good lord, let Horus, son of Isis, be summoned and be awarded the office of his father Osiris." This is when Seth finally admitted defeat. And this was after they contacted Osiris in the underworld to tell him what was going on with his son Horus and how he had not yet achieved the throne. But let's see if Seth was condemned or was he awarded some kind of consolation prize. Look what this says. Then Thoth, the great salt of his wall, lord of Unktawi, said, "What shall be done for Seth?" That's the $1 million question. For see, Horus has been installed in the position of his father Osiris. Said Hieratic, "Let Seth, son of Nut, be delivered to me, so that he may dwell with me, being in my company as a son, and he shall thunder in the sky and be feared." That is not a punishment, brothers and sisters. That is one heck of a consolation prize. Seth became the thunder god. So Reggie, you lied. There's no nice way to say it. You lied. Why are you lying on the story? You know good and well that the contendings of Horus and Seth does not state that Seth was condemned for raping Horus. In fact, Seth was not condemned at all. Seth admitted defeat after finally realizing that he just could not beat Horus. And they awarded him the consolation prize of being the thunder god instead of achieving the throne of Osiris. But the real question you should be asking yourselves, sisters and brothers, is why did Reggie lie about the story? Why did he do it? Because he's trying to hide or cover up the gay agenda in ancient Kemet. That's why he wanted you to believe that Seth was condemned for doing that to Horus, when in fact Seth was almost awarded for doing that to Horus. If it wasn't for the deceit of Isis, he would have gotten away with it too. Don't let these guys fool you, sisters and brothers. They know how gay ancient Kemet was. But they're trying to make you think that it wasn't because they want you to be a part of Kemet. Now, I'm not saying that anybody is homosexual. I'm not saying that. I have no personal knowledge of that. But understand this, sisters and brothers. You don't have to be gay yourself to be a part of the gay agenda. It's a lot of people in America that voted for same-sex marriages and they themselves are not gay. You don't have to be homosexual yourself to promote the gay agenda. So I don't want anybody to look at this video and be like, oh, he's saying that Reggie is gay. He's saying that Polight is gay, and so on and so forth. No, I am not. I personally don't believe any of those brothers are gay. I don't. But I do believe they are pushing a secret gay agenda. And you do not have to be gay yourself to push the secret gay agenda. But let me bring something else to your attention, because we're going to go back and read something else in the contendings of Horus and Seth that they don't want you to know. We're going to look again at the god Thoth. Now listen to this. This is when Thoth was summoning Horus' seed from inside Seth. Thoth said to it, come out from his ear. Thereupon it said to him, is it from his ear that I should issue forth, seeing that I am divine seed? Then Thoth said to it, come out from the top of his head. And it emerged as a golden solar disk upon Seth's head. Seth became exceedingly furious and extended his hands to seize the golden solar disk. Thoth took it away from him and placed it as a crown upon his own head. Now there are a couple of things you need to understand about the god Thoth. Once he placed this solar disk upon his head, it became a lunar disk, and Thoth is a lunar deity. In other words, he is the Egyptian god of the moon. But what many people don't realize is that Thoth is the Greek transliteration of his name. The Egyptian way of pronouncing his name is Tehuti or Tehuti. And you can look this stuff up and see for yourself. So what does this solar disk that became a lunar crown upon Thoth's head represent? What does Thoth represent? Well, where did this solar disk come from? It came from Horus impregnating Seth. So that means that the solar disk that became a lunar crown on Thoth's head is a symbol of homosexuality. How can I say that? Because that solar disk is the product of Horus and Seth having sex with each other. That is a product of homosexuality. That's what that represents. So when you see the god Thoth with that lunar crescent moon crown on his head, that is a symbol of homosexuality because it was the result of the sexual encounter between Horus and Seth. So they are not even telling you that that's a homosexual symbol. But I'm going to take it even further because I'm going to show you that in other versions of this story, Thoth himself was born from the homosexual union of Horus and Seth. We're going to read a well-known text from the Temple of Horus at Edfu, which was constructed under the Ptolemies. Listen to this. I bring you the beautiful green plants on which you have emitted your seed. Sound familiar? This is talking to Horus, or more specifically, Men Horus, which is the god Men syncretized with the god Horus. We're going to deal with that a little bit later. Which is hidden there, which the effeminate one has swallowed. Notice that it refers to Seth as the effeminate one, which means the homosexual one, the gay one. Even the ancient Egyptians admitted that Seth was gay. So again, I have to ask, why is Sarasutin Seti, if he is so anti-homosexual, named after an Egyptian god who even the Egyptians themselves called gay? Somebody needs to own up to this stuff. Somebody needs to tell y'all what's going on. See, they don't explain this stuff to you. They don't even talk about it. Why? It's all part of a secret plot to get you to become a part of ancient Kemet and thus be a part of the gay agenda. But listen to this part right here. Remember, this text is addressing Horus, or Men Horus. Your seed belongs to him, and he will conceive for you a son. Seth will conceive for you a son, who will come forth from his forehead. Now let's prove that this was talking about Thoth. We're going to go again to a dictionary of Egyptian gods and goddesses by George Hart. Now look what it says under Thoth. The god's birth was, according to one legend, unnatural in that he sprang from the head of Seth. But we're going to go to another source. Let's go back to The Complete Gods and Goddesses by Richard H. Wilkinson and read what it says under Thoth. Listen to this. The legend preserved in the Contendings of Horus and Seth, remember, we read that, asserts that Thoth was the son of Horus and that he emerged from the forehead of Seth, who had eaten the semen of Horus on some lettuce plants. Again, notice that all the real Egyptologists know about this story, but it continues. A later version of the same legend has the seed of Horus appear on the head of Seth as a shining disc, which Thoth took and placed on his own head as his emblem. So that means that Thoth is the product of the homosexual union between Horus and Seth. That means that Thoth represents homosexual union, sisters and brothers. So depending on what legend you go by, one says that the disc that sprang from the forehead of Seth became the lunar crown on Thoth's head. And another legend says that Thoth himself was born from the homosexual union of Horus and Seth. So Thoth represents the homosexual union between Horus and Seth, which shows you that one of the origin stories that the ancient Egyptians give for the moon is Horus having sex with Seth. Maybe now you can understand why they never like to deal with creation stories. I've seen Polight run from people who ask him how he believes the world was created. He don't go to ancient Egypt. He's going to take you to some old pseudoscience. But maybe now you can see why he doesn't want to deal with the creation stories in Egypt. That lets you see that they have a homosexual origin for the moon. You know, that's one of their many legends of how the moon got here. But when dealing with the god Thoth, whenever you see him in temples, whenever you see the crescent moon crown on his head, that is a symbol of homosexuality. Why? Because it is a result of Horus having sex with Seth. And Seti threw this right in your face when he was debating Nasi. If you take a look at that video, Seti is wearing a shirt with Thoth on it. That's a homosexual symbol right there in your face, and you don't even know it. But they can do stuff like that because they know you don't know the theology. And if you don't know the theology, then you don't know the symbolism. But once you understand the theology and read it, then the symbolism becomes apparent. If Thoth is the product of a homosexual union, then he is a symbol of homosexuality. I know that they said that he was the god of wisdom, and according to legend, he allegedly invented writing and communication. I know all of that, but the fact remains that according to one legend, the lunar disc of the moon that he wears on his head is a symbol of homosexuality. And in another legend, he himself is a symbol of homosexuality. But also, let's not forget something else that's important. Remember that the name Thoth is the Greek transliteration of the Egyptian pronunciation Tehuti. And the House of Consciousness had a brother there named Natural Tehuti. Remember, Tehuti and Thoth is the same name. So when you're talking about Thoth, you're talking about Tehuti. That means that Natural Tehuti is named after an Egyptian deity that is the product of a homosexual union. So what kind of teachings or rhetoric would you expect to hear from a man who is named after a god who is the product of homosexuality? Well, listen to some of the things that Natural Tehuti says in this clip.
You know what men are? Men, and listen, this is a hard pill for us to swallow, because we men. A man is nothing more than a degenerate woman. A man is nothing more than a degenerate woman. A man is nothing more than a degenerate woman. A man is nothing more than a degenerate woman. A degenerate female. All life, listen to me, listen. All life begins as female.
Notice that Natural Tehuti said that all men started out female, and that the male species is nothing but degenerate females. He's basically saying that the male of the species is defective females. But pay close attention to something. He's essentially saying that we're all women. You have to pay attention to the little underlying messages here. But isn't this the kind of doctrine you would expect to hear from a man who is named after a god who is the product of two men having sex? Of course he's going to tell you that all men are essentially female, that the whole species is essentially female. But the underlying message is this: if there's essentially only one species, then there is no such thing as homosexuality, because you can't have homosexuality if there's only one gender. So think about this, sisters and brothers. If Tehuti is telling you that there is only one sex, or originally there really is only one sex, he's telling you that it's impossible to be homosexual. So that means in a subtle kind of way, he's telling you that homosexuality is okay. Because if we're all women, how can we be homosexual? So you have to read the little subtle messages. But why would he say something like that? Well, who is he named after? He's named after the god Thoth, or Tehuti, who is the product of a gay union between Seth and Horus. So that's exactly the kind of thing that you would expect to hear from somebody who's named after a god that came forth from such a union. But do they tell you this? No, they're not going to tell you this. They're not going to tell you that the god Thoth or Tahuti is the product of homosexuality and thus is a homosexual symbol, because they're not teaching you the theology. See, I'm giving you the theology. Once you understand the theology, then you understand the symbolism. The symbolism they are giving you is self-generated. They're coming up with it on their own. But would you believe me if I told you the young, fresh upstart, the guy who people are calling the Tupac of the conscious movement, young Pharaoh, aka Pharaoh Allah, is teaching this same madness that natural Tahuti is teaching? You don't believe me? Check out these clips.
This book gets you to believe in an imaginary person. Now, for one, let me, before I even go into to how it makes you crazy and common sense, let me break down why it's detrimental. The left hemisphere of your brain, right, people? The left hemisphere of your brain, over here, the whole entire left hemisphere of your brain is based upon, it has attributes which help you to critically think, analyze, and think logically about all phenomena. What the Bible does is it literally eliminates you from using the entire left hemisphere of your brain because you accredit everything to something that does not exist. That is fucking crazy. Excuse my language. Because why? Thunder and lightning outside, right? But I always been in tune, and hopefully this example can give y'all a foundation I'm talking about. Long story short, my common sense, my Tahuti, the left hemisphere of my brain, it's my Tahuti, the left hemisphere of my brain, it's my Tahuti, the left hemisphere of my brain, it's my Tahuti, the left hemisphere of my brain has always been activated. Now, she was talking about animals in Noah's Ark and animals in the Bible. Now, me as a child, I had got sent to the office because I raised my hand like I was instructed to do when I have a question. And when she called on me, she said, yes, we're going to say Pharaoh. She said, yes, Pharaoh. I said, well, Mrs. Such and Such. The Garden of Eden could have never been, Adam and Eve couldn't have been white. They couldn't have never been Europeans. And she said, why? And I said, because all the animals you just named was in Africa. So ain't none of them animals in Europe. So how are you trying to say Europeans, the Garden of Eden is anywhere in Europe? And I was sent to the office for that. Story number 2. I was told by, I'm not going to say the person's name, but I was told by a family member one time I was being told about God. Mystery God, your imaginary friend that you talk to when you're down. Him. I was being informed about who he is supposed to allegedly be. And I remember me being a child. I was 11 at this time. I would never forget. This was made me say, if y'all want to know, Pharaoh, when did you forsake the idea of God? This is when it happened right here. And please don't try to say, oh, you had a bad experience with God. Not being a defective offspring of a female, 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 black man, your DNA is computing from the universe that is who I need to be protecting. The female was able to fertilize herself at one point in time and give life without the help of a male counterpart. Look this up. There were all females on the planet at one time. There were all females on the planet at one time. There were all females on the planet at one time. There were all females on the planet at one time. Now, whether you believe in UFOs or whatever, I really don't give a fuck, because it is. Look it up. If you don't believe me, your same U.S. government has a whole Majestic 12 secret group that's specified to deal with extraterrestrial beings. They have Area 51. They have all this shit in your face. So don't argue.
A man is nothing more than a degenerate woman.
Not being a defective offspring of a female.
All life begins as female.
There were all females on the planet at one time. Now, whether you believe in UFOs or whatever, I really don't give a fuck, because it is. Look it up. If you don't believe me, your same U.S. government has a whole Majestic 12 secret group that's specified to deal with extraterrestrial beings. They have Area 51. They have all this shit in your face. So don't argue with me. Argue with the same motherfuckers who deal with these people every day. The number one risk of national security is alien breach. So why would the government be worried about an alien breach if they felt they wasn't real? Not a Jesus coming back. Jesus coming back is not nowhere on the list of national security, but UFOs coming back is number one. So nigga, ask Barack Obama. Don't argue with me about if you think alien.
And none of them can deny this stuff. You can go behind me, do your own research. Look this stuff up for yourself. I'm not making this stuff up. It's easy to find. All of these books I'm quoting from, they're on Amazon. You can buy them. You can see this stuff for yourself. They're not going to be able to refute this information. It is solid. I have done many lectures on the Bible versus Egyptology. Public teachings, live teachings, daring any representative of ancient Egypt or an Egyptologist or Kemetic science to call in and tell me that my research is wrong, or that I'm misinterpreting something, or that I'm lying about something. And none of those guys ever take the challenge. So that's 2 strikes against you, Seti. You're wearing a homosexual symbol and you're named after a homosexual deity, but you're against homosexuality? The same goes for Natural Tahuti. Look at the stuff he's saying. All these twisted views about sex and sexuality, and then he's named after a god who was the product of a homosexual union. Is it starting to sink in now, sisters and brothers? Are you starting to see the little secret gay agenda there? Because it's becoming pretty obvious. But we're going to continue, because now we're going to take a look at Men Horus again. Remember, I mentioned Men Horus earlier, and I told you that he is Horus syncretized with the god Men. So first, let's look at the god Men and see who he was. We're going to go again to a dictionary of Egyptian gods and goddesses by George Hart. Look what it says about men. Men, anthropomorphic god who is the supreme symbol of sexual procreativity. Also the protector deity of the mining regions in the desert east of the Nile. So he is an anthropomorphic god who is the supreme symbol of sexual procreativity. So he is a fertility god. Let's see how he's depicted. Men is shown standing with his legs closely linked and his arm raised from the crook of the elbow. The impression from 2-dimensional representations of the god is that the arm is stretching out behind the body. This is the Egyptian artist avoiding any obscuring of the god's body, and statuary makes it clear that the god's arm is raised on his right side. But listen to this part. The most distinctive feature of Men is this phallus projecting out at a right angle to his body, the symbol par excellence of the fertility god. So this is the most significant thing about the god Men, that he's standing with a huge erection. He is a male symbol of fertility and sexuality. Now I know some of y'all would say, well, there's nothing homosexual in itself about that, and I would agree. But let's see what it says on the Horus after he was syncretized with Men. We're still on the Men. In the same book under the heading Men and Horus, listen to this. By the Middle Kingdom, there was a deity, Men Horus, combining attributes of the 2 gods. Wait a minute. Combining attributes of the 2 gods. We just read that Men was a male symbol of fertility and sexuality. But we also read earlier that Horus was a homosexual and that he actually got self-pregnant and gave birth to the god Thoth or Tahuti. So when you combine the attributes of Men and Horus, you get a homosexual symbol of fertility and male sexuality. Why? Because it combines both attributes. It didn't say that some attributes were lost when these 2 gods combined. No, you combine the 2 attributes of these gods. So Men Horus is a homosexual deity with a huge erection. See, like I said, when you understand the theology, then you see the symbolism. The god Men by himself, you can't really place a homosexual accusation on him. But when combined with another well-known homosexual deity, then that makes Men Horus a homosexual deity. Why? Because the attributes of Horus is a god that was anally raped and that had anal sex with another male god, depending on which version of the story you want to choose. But either way, the ancient Egyptians knew that Horus was homosexual, and they knew that Men was a male symbol of fertility and sexual potency. So when you combine that with a homosexual god, you get a homosexual symbol of male potency and fertility. So Men Horus is a homosexual symbol. How come I never hear anybody talk about this? Remember, Seth said, and I showed you in the video clip, that the Bible is lying when it says that the Egyptians were pushing homosexuality. Do you still believe that? You can see it for yourself. But now let's move on to Shakka Ahmose. Because Shakka Ahmose is the funniest to me of all the people who represent Kemet. Because he loves to throw around this whole gay accusation, especially when it comes to the Bible. In fact, take a look at this video clip in which Shakka Ahmose actually says that the Bible is more gay than Egypt.
Again, talk. But one thing I will say is this, is that if you want to contrast homosexuality in the Egyptian text versus homosexuality in the biblical text, the one thing, if you, the scale of homosexuality is going to tip more towards the biblical text, more towards the biblical text, more towards the biblical text, more towards the biblical text. Why? Because all of the homosexual...
Now, did you hear that? This guy actually said that the Bible is more gay than Egypt. I'm pretty sure based on everything I've already shown y'all know that's a lie. And I still have more to reveal. But just in case Shakka still believes his own hype, let me read something to him out of the coffin text. This is spelled 700 and it's Raymond Oliver Faulkner's translation. Notice I'm giving you sources and the name of the translator and the name of the book, the coffin text, so you can go look it up. Now listen to this, Shakka, and you tell me how gay this is. And the title of this spell is A Man Shall Be Among the Living. O you who are between the two cows of Geb, I escaped thence, and Geb is cleansed. He will grant to me his appearing in glory, and will put down for me the plant which is between his lips. His phallus is between the buttocks of his son and heir. If there be not a son for a man, he will act behind the back of the daughter of the phoenix. Now the context of this spell is once again sexual dominance over another man. This is proclaiming that a man will be among the living. Using this spell from this funerary text, it's supposed to help a man have dominance over another man sexually. That's why I say his phallus is between the buttocks of his son and heir. And this is also incest because your son is your own blood and he's also your heir. So you're trying to tell me, Shakka, that you've seen something in the Bible gayer than this and that is being endorsed in the Bible? And I don't want to hear any of that crap about how you don't trust this particular coffin text that I'm reading from, because it's the exact same one that you read from in your debate against Gabor to show that a side lock is made for a man, which is spelled 154, by the way.
Now we will all learn together. This is the coffin text. This is the eschatological text of ancient Kemet. This is where they explain to you their cosmology, their worldview, during life, before life, and after. Now I'm going to read to you what they say. I have become greatest of the greats. You tell me if these are the words of a child. I have become greatest of the great. I have come into being among the beings who clear the vision of his soul eye. I have opened and built up the injured eye, for I am one of them. I know the united arm, into which the greatest of the seas was not initiated. The hushing of the mouth in the Sanuk festival, the hostile acts by the destroyer against the heir of arm. I know why a braided lock is made for a what? A what? A what? A what? A what? Don't you ever disrespect me again. Ever. Ever. You are not accustomed to looking at the real thing. You are now looking at the real thing. Stand down. My child should never sit in your classroom. Ever. There is not a Hebrew Israelite breathing that can teach my child. Go ahead, Shakka. Go ahead, Shakka. Don't you ever disrespect that again.
See, I have these books, and I read them, and I don't try to hide little things from people to try to cover up some secret gay agenda. So we're reading from the same book, bro. This is the same coffin text that you use, translated by Raymond Oliver Faulkner. And I've actually seen Shakka Ahmose avoid reading or addressing Spell 700 in the coffin text when he was at Sarnetta Studios and Gorilla Hebrew called in and asked him and Reggie to read it and address it.
So real quick, just what is the metaphysical concept being conveyed in the account of Geb sodomizing his own son in the coffin text in Spell 700?
Well, I don't have the coffin text Spell 700 in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to answer that.
I can read it for you.
Okay, well, do you have the text in front of you, or are you reading on the internet?
I don't have the book in front of me, to be honest.
Okay, see, for me,
I have an excerpt from it.
No. For me, it has to come from the text. Because on the internet, anybody can write anything and tell you it comes from the coffin text. Let me give you an example. I was debating Hashar. Hold on one second, brother. I was debating Hashar. So, for someone who is into Egyptology, now I'm not an Egyptologist, but it doesn't mean that I don't use Egyptological tools. So, for a person who uses Egyptological tools, such as myself, the authoritative text that we would use would be the one translated by Faulkner, translated by Faulkner, translated by Faulkner, translated by Faulkner. Because if you go into a college classroom and you present that translation that you just read from, no one is going to respond to it as if you just read a legitimate translation. You may have read a transliteration. I'm not sure because I don't know what's standing in front of you. And so I can't speak to that Spell 700. When I go home and I get into my coffin text, because right on my desk right now, I will open it up and I will go to Spell 700 and I will speak to that text. And I will tell you what my personal perspective on it is. I have no problem with doing it. And I don't think there's anything unfair about your question if that's what you're looking at and if that's what's in front of you. The only thing that I would admonish is that if you're going to ask me about, I can't speak for Brother Reggie or anyone else on the team, but if you're going to ask myself anything about the coffin text, I would.
24:9.
Okay, I'm still verse 9. And the servant put his hand up the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swears to him concerning that matter.
So in 24:2 and 24:9, we have the servant putting his hand under the skirt and on the thigh of Abraham.
Oh man, you pulling out some homosexual shit, Reggie.
Hold
up, man. No, wait, hold up.
The word under does not appear in Hebrew. And the word Hieratic can also mean side.
Okay,
so
wait, hold on. Stop. 1 second.
It's like y'all got to deal with the Middle East.
No, 1 second.
Deal with the Hebrew,
Okay, so I hear you.
So I'll read. A coffin text also states, Ray has no power over me, for I am he who takes away his breath. Atum has no power over me, for I copulate between his buttocks. Show me that in the damn Bible. Show me the plagiarism of somebody copulating in somebody's buttocks in the Bible. You ain't gonna find that, man. That's in the coffin text, is it not?
What text is it? Cite
the text. Is it in the coffin text?
I can't testify.
Is it in the coffin text? Wait a minute. Is it in the coffin text?
Cite the text. I'm gonna ask you again. Do you got the site? Let me show you.
You said you read them all.
Hold on.
You read them all.
I did read them all. I read them all.
So
every last one.
Is it in there? Yes or no?
I can't attest to it. I cannot attest. I can't attest to it.
Wait a minute.
Oh, go ahead. I love that one. Fuck me now. Don't do me. Don't try that. Get the fuck off the mic. Yo, check this out. You ready? No, dude. I got 2 questions to go.
Say it again. Come.
Okay, you got another one?
Yeah, we got.
All right, you got a few of them. No problem.
So all I'm saying is.
So why haven't you ever read Spell 700 to anybody, Shakka? Showing that there's a spell in it to have dominance over your own son and heir by placing your phallics between his buttocks? That's not gay? You mean to tell me you can find something in the Bible that's not only more gay than that, but also is endorsed and condoned in the Bible? You can show that? No, you cannot. All you ever do is read gay things into the scriptures in the Bible. That's what you do, Shakka. And while we're on that topic, I'm also going to come out with another video exposing how you read homosexual scenarios and fantasies into biblical scriptures. Because that's what you do. And then you try to turn around and wave it in people's face and say, see, your Bible has homosexual stories in it. And yes, Brother Reggie does the same thing. I'm going to expose both of y'all on that in another video. But let me show you another ancient Egyptian text with blatant homosexuality in it that Shakka Ahmose has never read to you. We're going to go to the pyramid text, translated by James P. Allen. Listen to this. And this is a reference back to the homosexual union between Horus and Seth. Horus groaned because of his eye of his body when he had eaten it and swallowed it, and it need saw it. Seth rasped, which means like another form of groaning, because of his testicles. If you know the theology, one version of the story says that in the fight between Horus and Seth, Horus lost an eye and Seth lost his testicles. Seth ripped out one of Horus's eyes and Horus ripped off Seth's testicles. But listen to this, because this is a fight you're reading about. Horus transported his semen into Seth's anus. Seth transported his semen into Horus's anus. Wait a minute, sisters and brothers. Tell me how two males can transport their semen into each other's anuses. I'm talking to grown men and women here. Y'all know how that happened, but I had already proven that to y'all. They were having sex with each other. Horus and Seth were both homosexuals. So Shakka Ahmose, you don't have to worry about me telling you to shave your Horus lock, or your side lock, or your Heru lock, as you like to call it. You don't have to worry about me telling you to get rid of it. You can keep it for all I care, but understand that it's a symbol of a gay deity. Because Horus was gay. He transported his semen to Seth's anus. In other words, these two, in this particular version of the story, had anal sex with each other. And both of them managed to ejaculate into each other's anuses. And you're going to sit up here and tell me that there are things in the Bible more homosexual than this? Well, of course there would be to you, Shakka, because you read homosexual things into the Bible. So your imagination is the limit when it comes to that. But this is blatant. I don't have to read homosexuality into this. This is clear. The ancient Egyptians are recording this stuff because they want you to see that their theology was homosexual. Their study and belief in the gods was rooted in homosexuality. And if your theology is homosexual, then that means your priesthood is homosexual, because all of these deities had a priesthood. You know, they had temples and priests. So if you're a priest for a homosexual deity, that makes it a homosexual priesthood. This is not hard, sisters and brothers. But why doesn't Shakka Ahmose tell you about this? No, he would rather divert your attention away from ancient Kemet and try to make you believe that your Bible promotes and endorses homosexuality. It is a ploy to make you believe that your Bible is actually a homosexual book, so you can put it down and then become a part of Kemet, which is the real homosexual society. That's why it's called the secret gay agenda, sisters and brothers. If it wasn't secret, then you would know all of this stuff. They would have told you this. They would have made you conscious of this. This is clear, blatant homosexual sex that we're reading about here. But I'm going to take it even further, because there's more symbolism to this. Because I already told you that the theology was homosexual. That's the study or the belief in the gods. I've already shown you that. I've already shown you that by association, that makes the priesthood homosexual. Or should I say the priesthoods, because they had a lot of priesthoods for different deities in Egypt. But let me show you something else. Because now I'm going to show you that the monarchy or the kingship of Egypt is rooted in homosexuality. First, we're going to go again to a dictionary of Egyptian gods and goddesses. This is what it says under Horus and the king. Pay close attention to this. In ancient Egypt, the evolution of divine kingship enabled the monarch to claim that his status as ruler was approved of by the chief gods, and that moreover, he himself was a deity and one of their number. So this is saying that the king was seen as a god in ancient Egypt, the Pharaoh. Then it continues. According to the Turin canon, the late pre-dynastic rulers of Egypt were followers of Horus. By the time of the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt in 3000 BC, the ruler was Horus. So what does this mean, sisters and brothers? Like I said, you have to know the theology to see the symbolism. This is saying that the Pharaoh was considered Horus. He was the incarnation of Horus on earth. But Horus was a homosexual. In fact, we read that one of the ways he earned the throne of Osiris was by dominating Seth sexually. That's what we read. But let me show you another source. We're going to again go to Religion in Ancient Egypt. This is what it says on page 93. Horus represents the living, reigning king, and the king of Egypt is called Horus early and often. It said that the king of Egypt, or the Pharaoh, was called Horus often. You can look this stuff up, sisters and brothers. They considered the Pharaoh to be Horus. But how was the throne of Pharaoh originally established? Horus had to dominate Seth or Set sexually. We just read that in the pyramid text. They were fighting each other, and whoever won got to dominate the other one sexually. In other words, the loser became the nekek. Don't forget that word, the nekek. That's who the loser became. Since Horus won the throne through homosexual dominance, then that means that Pharaoh's throne was established on homosexuality, and that means that the Egyptian monarchy is homosexual. In other words, sisters and brothers, when you read about Pharaoh, you're reading about Horus. The two were synonymous with each other. You can look this stuff up. Pharaoh was Horus, Horus was Pharaoh. You can easily substitute Horus wherever you see the word Pharaoh, because the Pharaoh was seen as Horus, and Horus was a homosexual, and his throne was established on dominating another male sexually, which means the throne of Pharaoh, the entire Egyptian monarchy, is based on homosexuality. Has Cyrus Sultan said he ever told you this? What about Polight? What about Shakka Ahmose? And speaking of Shakka Ahmose, let me show you how all of this relates to him. We're going to go to his website and see something he says about himself. What I'm about to read is found at www.thenilevalleymovement.com. Listen to this. Every great movement must have two things: a founder and a prime representative. For the Nile Valley Movement, NVM, these two things are embodied in one person of the prime representative of the Nile Valley Movement, Shakka Ahmose. From out of the hood, a true Pharaoh. Wait a minute. We just read that Pharaoh was a representative of Horus. He was seen as Horus. He was literally Horus on earth. And we know that Horus obtained the throne of Pharaoh by dominating his uncle Seth or Set sexually. So that means, as I've shown you, that Pharaoh's throne and Pharaoh himself, because he represents Horus, represents homosexuality. So anybody walking around today claiming to be a true Pharaoh is claiming to be Horus, and Horus was a homosexual, and the whole concept of the Egyptian monarchy was established on homosexuality. That means they are claiming to be pushing a homosexual monarchy, or, as he states on his webpage, movement. So if you're claiming you're a true Pharaoh, Shakka Ahmose, and Pharaoh was Horus, and Horus was a homosexual, you do understand that the symbolism is you're claiming to be a true homosexual, because Pharaoh was Horus, Horus was Pharaoh. We read that, and if you don't believe my sources, go to your own. They will tell you the same thing. Horus was seen as Pharaoh, Pharaoh was seen as Horus, and the throne of Pharaoh was established when Horus dominated Seth or Set sexually, and eventually Seth gave up. He realized he couldn't beat Horus. That's the way Pharaoh's throne was established. Every ancient Egyptian believed this, and they were okay with it. But this is not promoting homosexuality. The very throne of Pharaoh itself is established on homosexuality. We proved that. But that's not all, because Shakka Ahmose actually recorded a music video called Pharaoh. Now take a look at this clip and make sure you listen closely to the lyrics. kept saying Pharaoh. I live the life of a Pharaoh, Pharaoh, Pharaoh. He's telling you right here in the music video, Pharaoh was Horus, Horus was Pharaoh. You claim to be Pharaoh, you're claiming to be Horus. That's why I said the king was seen as Horus. He was Horus in the flesh. That's who he was. But Horus was a homosexual. We see that. So Shakka Ahmose, I've heard you say you're against homosexuality, just like Sarasutin Seti says it. But if that's the case, why are you associating yourself with a god and a monarchy that is based on homosexuality? These are questions that are never put forth by Egyptologists. They never ask these kinds of questions. But what makes Shakka Ahmose more suspect than anybody is the fact that he has actually been recorded on video saying that it's okay to be homosexual.
It's in the prison culture. All of that wearing your pants down, the busting down, all of that comes from prison culture.
Pants hanging off your ass is gay. It's very, very gay. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being gay, but if that's what you want to be that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being gay, but if that's what you want to be that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being gay, but if that's what you want to be that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being gay, but if that's what you want to be that.
You supposed to say
no. Hold on, stop. I'm gonna tell you why. Let me explain myself.
Saying that there's nothing wrong with being
Don't speak for me. Don't put the camera on me.
Something wrong with being gay.
No, there isn't. I'm gonna tell you why, brother. Listen, just listen. You don't know everything. Listen. I have no problem when I see Greeks and Romans, and you know who I'm referencing. When I see Greeks and Romans behaving a certain way, I have no problem with that. I prefer that for them. You understand? That's who they're supposed to be. You're not understanding where I'm coming from. This is what I'm saying. I have no problem with that. As a matter of fact, I don't even have a problem with black people doing it. I'm going to tell you why. Hold on, listen, because it's going to mess you up. I don't have a problem when black people do it because as long as they realize that when they doing it, they being Greek and Roman, go ahead and do you. But don't do that shit and then come tell me you being African and you a traditionalist and you black power. But no, you can't do that because the two don't measure up. You understand what I'm saying?
So you're thinking
That's the problem. Stop. Just stop for a second. Now, one thing that I do want to tell you is this. The number one thing, this is what I'm saying. When I say, it's like me, I can't tell the next black man what to do and what not to do. I can raise my son, and I got my brothers and my nephews, but I cannot tell the next black man, my neighbor, or dude walking down the street, hey, yo, dude, don't do that, that's wrong. No, just...
Now, there are three things I want you to notice about what you just saw. Number one, notice that Shakka Ahmose said that pants hanging off your behind is very gay. So what he is saying is people that wear pants off their behind or people who sag are being homosexual. Why does he say that? Because Shakka knows that that comes from prison culture, and in prison culture, an inmate having their pants sag off their behind like that indicates that they are homosexual and open to homosexuality. But there's something wrong with that. Because if Shakka Ahmose believes that somebody is homosexual just because they are imitating a style or a fashion that originated with homosexuality, then wouldn't that mean that wearing a Horus lock is homosexual, being that we have shown that that originated with homosexuality? See, that's a double standard there. That's being hypocritical. But the second thing I want you to notice, and the most important, is that he said there's nothing wrong with being gay. If you want to be gay, be that. So he basically admitted right then and there, out of his own mouth, that there's nothing wrong with being gay. He said, if you want to be gay, be that. But he tried to clean it up after Sarnetta gave him a hard time and Reggie and Polight was laughing at him. But the third thing I want you to notice is that he still came back and said, even if you're black, he still doesn't think anything is wrong with that, as long as when you do it, you recognize that you're being Greek or Roman. Well, Shakka, the Egyptians promoted homosexuality long before the Romans and the Greeks became involved with them. So don't try to put this on the Romans and the Greeks or the so-called white race. You can't blame the white man for this one. This started in Egypt, and I have proven that to you. So Shakka, why is it that you want to condemn our American youth as being homosexuals just because they emulate a fashion that originated with homosexuality, but you're not homosexual, even though you emulate a God that originated with homosexuality. You need to take a long look in the mirror and ask yourself if you are a walking contradiction. But now, let's move on to a man that has been involved in a lot of controversy lately. The man who harasses Hebrew Israelites more than anybody else, and of course I'm referring to the so-called phenom, Brother Polight. And I deliberately decided to save this brother for last because I believe that he is the main person pushing the secret gay agenda, and like Cyrus Sutanseti and Shakka Ahmose, he denies that ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet promoted homosexuality.
So if you were to ask me, did homosexuality take place in ancient Egypt? I would surmise there may have been some cases of it. I would never tell you it never happened. What I would say is I know based on studying the Kemetic doctrine and philosophy, they made no concessions to homosexuality. Right. 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 That I can honestly say. 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 And that's where we need to be. Not if it existed and then condemn the nation because it existed. No, we need to know if the nation held it permissible. That's what you do. You don't look at two people and set a standard for a whole society you're studying.
They didn't have same-sex marriages.
All right,
America does.
You
study the text.
Let's get Reggie's input on this.
So you have to go back to Husi and Heka, right? So what they did was that they thought divine, they spoke divine, and they did divine. The only text that they can pull up is the Contendings of Horus and Seth.
That's it.
It would be different if it was multiple texts. It's actually.
Notice that Polight said, based on his studies, they made no concessions to homosexuality. Now, can you honestly believe his words based off of everything I've shown you up to this point? Can you honestly believe that they made no concessions to homosexuality? Because all of this information shows that the Egyptians' theology made concessions to homosexuality. Don't forget that Isis wanted the elite to believe that Horus had sexually dominated Seth. Isis wanted the gods to believe that Horus had made Seth his nekek. That sounds like concessions to me. And please don't try to give me the famous cop-out line that Brother Reggie likes to use. You know, when he always says, when you read about homosexuality in ancient Egypt, it's always dealing with the god or the metaphysical beings. It's never dealing with the people. How stupid of a line is that when you understand that all ancient cultures looked to the gods as their examples of how to conduct everyday life? If the ancient Egyptians knew that their gods were homosexual and they worshipped their gods or their Neteru, then that means they worshipped homosexuality. And you can see from the stories that they incorporated the acts of the gods into their culture. Hence why Pharaoh is called Horus. The ancient Egyptians were constantly incorporating the gods into their everyday lives and using them as the reason for why things are and how things came to be. So the opinions that they had of the gods illustrate and tell the story of their attitudes towards homosexuality. And Reggie knows this, Shakka Ahmose knows this, and Polight knows this, which is why they don't deal with these things. This is the reason why when you see Reggie, Polight, or Shakka Ahmose on the street debating with Hebrew Israelites, they never have the ancient Egyptian writings with them. You never see Polight approach to Zariach and ISUPK with the Book of the Dead, or with the coffin text, or with the pyramid text. You're trying to tell us we need to go back to ancient Kemet, but you never roll with any Kemetic writings. The reason being is they want to make sure that you don't request them to read something that reveals that ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet was homosexual. If you don't believe me, go back and look at any street encounter between Polight and the Hebrew Israelites and show me one case where Polight has any ancient Egyptian text with him. Show me one case. There's a reason why he doesn't do it, sisters and brothers, and that's because They don't want you to know about the secret gay agenda in ancient Egypt, even though it wasn't so secret back then. But now, I'm also going to show you that in the open, Polight speaks very harshly against homosexuality. Pay close attention to this next clip.
Black men have no right to be homosexuals trying to represent our community. Black men have no right to be homosexuals trying to represent our community. Black men have no right to be homosexuals trying to represent our community. Black men have no right to be homosexuals trying to represent our community. That's a fact. I'm waiting to be asked something that makes sense. I don't care if it makes half the sense, so I could take it, run with it, and really put things into perspective for the people out here, because thousands of people gonna see this from the day it goes up.
Now you heard him yourself. Polight said that black men have no right being homosexuals and trying to represent our community. And I totally agree with that. But the problem is, like the rest of the guys that promote Egypt or Kemet, once you investigate the theology of ancient Egypt, it seems that they're contradicting themselves. Because now I'm going to show you that Polight named himself after not one, not two, but 3 homosexual deities. If you go to his website, www.newcovenantplus.com, you'll see that it says New Covenant books, 80 plus titles written by Amun-Re Sin, which means brother. That's what the word sin means. Atum-Re, in parentheses, brother Polight. So this is letting you know that Amun-Re and Atum-Re is referring to brother Polight. And Amun-Re and Atum-Re are Egyptian deities.
Peace, brother Polight has the crown, illustrious supreme man and perception of our new covenant community, culturally known by the appellation Nusu Amun-Re Sen Atum-Re. Nusu Amun-Re Sen Atum-Re. Nusu Amun-Re Sen Atum-Re. Nusu Amun-Re Sen Atum-Re. I'm here to present to you some very, very important news, family. I will be conducting the debate Sunday, March 20th, 2016.
So the question then is, what kind of deities were Amun-Re and Atum-Re? I'm going to show you that they were homosexual. We're going to go to the coffin text again, spell 635. Now listen to this. Re has no power over me. This is what the deceased says. This is part of this spell. You have to understand when you're reading the Book of the Dead or the coffin text or the pyramid text, you are reading spells to help the deceased have safe passage into the afterlife. That's what the purpose of these books were. These were spells, incantations, magic to aid the deceased into the afterlife. Keep this in mind, and this is a spell that was uttered. That's why the spells are sometimes called utterances. So look what it says here. Re has no power over me, and it is I who take away his breath. Atum has no power over me. This is the same Re and Atum who Polight is named after. These deities started out as individuals, but as often happens in Egypt mythology, they were syncretized with each other and became Atum-Re. So this is actually referring to Atum-Re. So just to begin from the beginning, it says, Re has no power over me, the deceased who this spell is being recited for, and it is I who take away his breath. In other words, the Egyptian god Re or Ra has no power over me because I take away his breath. Then it continues. Atum has no power over me. Atum-Re, and I violate his hinder parts. Now, what does this mean when he says I violate his hinder parts? First of all, you have to understand that the word translated violate here is nekes. It's a derivative of the word nek, which is to penetrate sexually. And most Egyptian scholars translate it as copulate. So what is it saying is I copulate, which means have sex with his hinder parts. Now, what does it mean when it says his hinder parts? What we're going to do is go to other places in the coffin text and see how the word hinder parts is used, and we're going to know exactly what this is saying. We're going to go to spell 427 and look at the title of this spell or utterance. It says, to eat with the mouth, to defecate with the hinder parts, to be equipped, to have power over water. Notice what it said, to defecate with the hinder parts. Y'all know what defecate means. It means to take a dump. And it says you defecate with your hinder parts. That's saying that he defecates with his behind or with his anus. So when it said that I violate Atum Re's hinder parts, it was saying I violate Atum Re's anus. So one of the things the deceased had to do to have safe passage into the afterlife was to violate the anus of Atum Re. But let me show you again that the word hinder parts means the anus or refers to the behind. We're going to read spell 574. Look what it says right here. I eat with my mouth, I defecate with my hinder parts, because I am a god. Again, showing you that hinder parts refers to a part of the body that defecates. Y'all know what that is. That's the anus. That's the buttocks. That's your backside. So again, when spell 635 says, I violate Atum Re's hinder parts, what that means is I copulate between or in his anus. Again, showing the Egyptians' view that homosexuality between two males is okay as long as it's being used to dominate another male. So basically, spell 635 is saying, I make Atum Re my nekek. It's okay if you're using homosexuality to dominate or humiliate another male. But let me show you one more example of hinder parts being used to refer to a man's anus or buttocks or backside. This is spell 701. Look what it says. To eat with his mouth and to defecate with his hinder parts. That's the title of this spell or utterance. So again, we can clearly see that hinder parts means backside, buttocks, anus. So this is saying that I violate or I copulate or I penetrate Atum Re's backside or buttocks or anus. But if you're still not convinced, we're going to look at another translation of this. This is how the late Egyptian scholar Adrian de Buck translated spell 635. Listen to this. Re or Ra has no power over me, for I am he who takes away his breath. Atum has no power over me, for I copulate between his buttocks. So what does this mean? I have anal sex with Atum Re to have power over him. Because remember, Re and Atum are the same deity. They were syncretized with each other and became Atum Re.
A coffin text also states, Re has no power over me, for I am he who takes away his breath. Atum has no power over me, for I copulate between his buttocks. Show me that in the damn Bible. Show me the plagiarism of somebody copulating in somebody's buttocks in the Bible. You ain't gonna find that, man. That's in the coffin text, is it not?
What text is it? Cite
the text. Is it in the coffin text?
I can't testify.
Is it in the coffin text? Wait a minute. Is it in the coffin text?
Cite the text. I'm gonna ask you again. Do you got the site? Let me show you.
You said you read them all.
Hold on.
You said you read them all.
I did. I did read them all. I read them all. Every last one.
Is it in there? Yes or no?
I can't attest to it. I cannot attest. I can't attest to it.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go. I love that one. Fuck me now. Don't do me. Don't try to get the fuck off the mic. Yo, check this out. You ready? No, dude. I got 2 questions to go.
Now this is one of the deities, or 2 of the deities, depending on how you look at it, that Polight is named after. So Polight is named after an Egyptian deity that you have to anally rape in order to have safe passage into the afterlife. So how can Polight say that black men cannot represent our community as homosexuals when he's named after a homosexual deity that you have to anally rape as a man to have safe passage into the afterlife? Oh, the answer is simple. You're a part of this secret gay agenda. Because you said you did the research, that's what you said. So if we believe you, that means you knew this was in here, and yet you still chose to name yourself Atum Ray. But if you didn't know this was in here, then that means that you lied when you said that you've done your research. So either way you look at it, you cannot be trusted, brother. You mean to tell me that Polight is so anti-homosexual, but he names himself after a deity you have to anally rape as a man and force into submission to pass on into the afterlife or to have safe passage into the next world? So they're not going to tell you that. But let's move on. Because Polight also named himself after the deity Amun-Re or Amun-Ra. The picture you're looking at now is a carving of Senusret I embracing the god Amun-Ra. Now take a look at this picture and notice the homosexual overtones in it. You have a male deity with an erection and another male tenderly embracing him as if he's pulling him toward him to kiss him. Now you're gonna tell me there's not a homoerotic message to gain from this? Now you're gonna try to justify this? Getting back to Shakka Ahmose, you mean to tell me that you found things in the Bible more homosexual than this? And again, the god standing here with the erection is Amun-Ra, the other deity that Polight named himself after. So, Polight, why would you name yourself after a deity who is displayed in ancient Egypt as a man with an erection being tenderly embraced by another man? You don't have to be an Egyptian scholar to see what's going on here. This is an intimate encounter. He is pulling this guy towards him. Now, you don't think that's homosexual? You mean to tell me that you would take a picture like that, Polight, with say Shakka Ahmose or with Seti? Y'all would say that's homosexual. So you're gonna try to pretend like it's not anymore because you see it right there in your own culture? This is what you call a subliminal homosexual message. This is Amun-Ra. So Polight is named after one deity, Atum Ray or Atum Ra, who you have to anally rape into submission to have safe passage into the afterlife, and he's named after another Egyptian deity who is depicted as a male with an erection with another male tenderly embracing him for an intimate encounter. I've seen Sarasut Seti, Shakka Ahmose, and even you yourself, Polight, call far less things than this gay, but this isn't gay? See, they're not telling you this, sisters and brothers. This is part of that secret gay agenda. Like I keep telling you, if you don't know the theology, then you don't know the symbolism. In fact, the god Atum was considered a bisexual god. In other words, Atum was an androgynous god, a hermaphrodite god. What we're going to do is go back to the coffin text, and we're going to read spell 136. And the title of this spell is Assembling a Family in the Realm of the Dead. Now listen to this. I am Atum, who created the great ones. I am he who fashioned Shu. I am these two, male and female. Notice that Atum is described as being male and female. Now what do we call a person who is described as male and female? We call that a hermaphrodite. So Polight is named after a hermaphrodite god. In fact, one of his names was the great He-She. If you don't believe me, look it up. You can just type in the name Atum and He-She, and it'll tell you that he was called the great He-She. Now, sisters and brothers, what does it mean to be a He-She today? When we call a brother a He-She, what are we calling him? We're calling him a homosexual. We all know this. So Polight is named after a god that was called the great He-She, and by Amun-Re or Amun-Ra, who is depicted as a male with an erection being tenderly embraced by another male. These are homosexual overtones found on the walls and the temples of the ancient Egyptians. And on a side note, don't think that it has escaped my notice that the Amun-Ra squad named themselves after this same deity.
That os is the Greek word for God. I'm anti-fucking Greek culture, anti-homosexuality, 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 anti-Romans, anti-Germans, anti-Europeans, anti-monotheistic religions, right? Because they the three religions that say you can enslave the African people. So why wouldn't anybody be anti that shit? Niggas just scared of words. And in this motherfucking group, we use words around this motherfucker, and we define it.
Okay, now you know I gotta ask you this because this is what I hear, or sometimes I see it in the chat room. You said you anti-Greek culture, but you call yourself the black atheist. The real black atheist. Does that have anything to do with
What did we even talking about when you came up here? Was we talking about slavery? We was talking about brotherhood and being against homosexuality. We don't spend all day talking about slavery.
Let's get back to the homosexuality. Why in the Bible, right, there isn't a female God? That's ritual homosexuality. That's ritual homosexuality. That's ritual homosexuality. That's ritual homosexuality. In the Bible, they practice ritual homosexuality, mentally, socially, and spiritually, because God don't have no partner. Who amongst us, right? Who amongst us came out of goddamn nowhere? Kapoof. He took a mother and a father. So the Africans deified both principles, but the male warrior homosexual,
they went male. He deified both principles?
He deified both aspects of nature.
Why does he have to have a woman counterpart?
Because we're talking about homosexuality.
So give me Isaiah when it says
you have to have a counterpart. Go in, huh?
Yo, how God sons, how God
can't jump. I'm sorry, hell can't fight. Come on, you got him.
Now, when I'm giving you the time to talk,
and he jumped.
See,
I ain't got you. You jab me up. Go ahead.
Yo, if you saying that God is the gender doesn't matter, right? According to Genesis chapter 6, verse 3.
I didn't speak about gender. I said he doesn't have to have a woman.
No, hold on. Right? You're saying that he doesn't have to have a woman counterpart. But God, in Genesis chapter 6, verse 3, right? Beni Elohim, he has sons that come down and have sex with human beings.
That's a lie.
It says it in the book. The sons of God saw that the daughters of men were fair.
Tell him what's happening.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 3.
Hey, what about that claim that our brother Nazi Yasharel did with the breasted, right? I'm gonna make sure over the weeks. Remember he presented. I don't know, man. He presented the damn breasted shit, talking about the homosexuality. You know that part? What was it? It wasn't CT 700. What did he do? Coffin text what? Yeah, let's address that real quick.
See, I got all this work in my book, Magi Handbook for the Conscious Community. This what happened. It came out February 8th, right? But for the people who pre-ordered it, I'm only sending it to y'all. Everybody else gonna have to wait. Since y'all didn't want to pre-order, you see what I'm saying? That's how it works. But look, it's Pyramid Text 635. Man, I would have did that in under 5 words. They look stupid. They talking about sodomy was a way to gain power in Pyramid Text 635, right? But check this out. The lady buried in that coffin, yes, the lady. It was a woman's coffin. So how, if you propose that the coffin text said that this woman was supposed to sodomize somebody in the afterlife, how was that to happen if she could not become ichthyphallic? Huh? It's silly.
It's about money.
Silliness.
Nigga, I think niggas be hating because they got to go to work. And you entrepreneurs right here. And see, check this out. I can't get. Hold on, sir. Hey, sir. Right. So watch this. Right, but hold on. Let me get this straight. Let me let y'all understand what's really going around this motherfucker, yo. Niggas right here, yo. We sacrifice working a job, dog. You can't work a fucking job and do like this and do all this shit, man. White man, you think a white man gonna let me work for him? He go to my Facebook page. Oh, hell no, you revolution this motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? How the fuck you think we eat around this motherfucker?
That's why they be mad we even got, let me see.
That's right.
Motherfuckers be mad you can speak, excuse my language, cats sometimes will get mad that you can even speak freely on your public platform. They be like, you said that on Facebook? I be like, I ain't got nobody to answer to. You know what I'm saying? But dudes with, no disrespect, we all got to have a job, a way to feed our family, but you got to notice how that also, they socially engineer you into a little good. Anybody want to portray the Pharaoh's workers or slaves or anything, they just not looking at any primary text. But here goes something that we learn. when we start talking about the tales of Horus and Seth and all the deviants and all the stuff, what we finally learn is a lot of these stories are foreign injections. 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 I mean, and I could prove it. But I'm going to give them some information that nobody gave them, since they always talking about the contendings of Horus and Seth. They need to look this up and find out that the contendings of Horus and Seth was found in the
cold as shit, nigga. I know we in New York. What's going on, son?
Horus and Seth was found in Deir el Medina, and that was a Canaanite city, and that was a Canaanite city, and that was a Canaanite city, and that was a Canaanite city. It was actually found in a guy named Nyaket, I got his name right here in the book, but in Nyaket's tomb. Okay, so this was like a Canaanite text. They found it in Deir el Medina.
It's called something Mayat.
You said John or Debar. What's the name of the place? Oh, that's the other place.
No, that's the Arabic name.
Okay, but so this is why I want to read a few sources for a few things that people seem to have never seen before.
That's where that papyrus comes from.
That is where that papyri come from. The village workers. The village workers in Deir el Medina. And that was Canaanites, majority. It was a few Nubians too, but like I said, they would come into Kemet looking for work as day laborers. I can read it straight from the book. I can take y'all to the primary, but I want to read something else as a reference to homosexual behavior and us not having laws against that. I quoted Turin Papyrus 120.6, where it reads, and we can even find it in this book, The Pharaoh's Workers, where it reads, "There is even death of a man who acts as a woman, and vice versa." It said, which looks like a reference to homosexual behavior. And this is not the primary. The primary, again, because you got to check the primaries before you put out some work that a book say. It's the Turin Papyrus. But I want to read something else as a reference to homosexual behavior and us not having laws against that. I quoted Turin Papyrus 120.6, where it reads, and we can even find it in this book, The Pharaoh's Workers, where it reads, "There is even death of a man who acts as a woman, and vice versa." It said, which looks like a reference to homosexual behavior. And this is not the primary. The primary, again, because you got to check the primaries before you put out some work that a book say. It's the Turin Papyrus 120.6. So when they act like we didn't have these real life functional laws, again, let me read it. Death of a man who acts as a woman. So y'all just be tripping. Now let me tell y'all something. I really want.
What nature is that?
Pardon me?
What nature is that?
This is actually Osiris giving out these commands. Asar, Wuser. So we know him as Wuser, you know what I'm saying? Just another great ancestor, but like he said, the nature was Asar, Osiris, or Oser putting this out. So acting like this was not decreed, called the Jew a Typhonian in such a strong chapter that you can just Google the Jew a Typhonian, and you'll find out that everything that's set in body, this is why I didn't want to tear y'all off like that. Everything that's set in body was actually a personification of you, or the Hebrew in Kemet. I can prove that 100%. You need to research the riots of Alexandria around 38 CE, and we'll find out they called Jews and Greeks Zonophroni. Why don't you look up Zonophroni? ZONOPHOROI. So Zonophroni, and you'll find out they was called girdle wearers. They was called evil. They were evil girdle wearers, and there was an oracle called the Potter's Oracle against the Typhonians or the Setians or the Zonophroni or the girdle wearers who was doing all this wicked stuff in Kemet. Now, what we gonna do about that? Yeah, for real. Because y'all been sitting around all this time asking us to explain Horus and Seth, and we was like, nah, we don't want to do that. See, a lot of this is high science that it don't even require us to reveal a lot of this history.
When are you going to reveal this to all your people, Unc? When are you going to tell them that your entire squad is named after two homosexual deities? But while we're on the subject of the god Ra or Ra, let me read you something else homosexual about him. This is from the coffin text, spell 548. And the purpose of this spell is to not ferry a man to the east in the realm of the dead. And it's funny how these conscious groups try to make fun of the Bible, calling it a spooky book or a book of spookery, and act like the Egyptians didn't believe in spirits and the afterlife. In fact, in another video, I'm going to show you that the Egyptians were some of the biggest spiritualists in the history of creation. These guys really don't seem to know anything about Kemet. All they're doing is regurgitating that crap that they've heard from people like Dr. Clark or Ashraquazi. That's all they're doing. They don't really study Kemet. I mean, really study it. Because if they did, they wouldn't be saying some of the stuff that they say. But this is what it says. O you phallus of Re, or Ra. So now we're starting out talking about the phallus or the penis of Re, Ra, which goes awry for him in uproar, the inertness of which comes into being through Babi. And Babi was a baboon god. And it makes so many references to his phallus in the ancient Egyptian texts, it's not even funny. But that's getting off into something else. But it continues. May I be stronger thereby than the strong ones. This is what the spell is supposed to help to achieve. Mightier thereby than the mighty ones. This is for the deceased. If I be taken and ferry over to the east, this is what the deceased is saying will happen to him if he be ferried over to the east in the realm of the dead, in order to carry out wrongful slayings on me in the festival of those who rebel against me by smiting my horns. This is what's going to happen to him if he is allowed to ferry to the east in the realm of the dead. Listen to this. I will swallow for myself the phallus of Re and the head of Osiris when I have been guided to the tomb of the decapitation of the gods, that they may make answer there. This is one of the penalties if a man is ferried to the east in the realm of the dead. He will have to swallow the phallus of Re or Ra. That's homosexual, sisters and brothers. This is one of the penalties that you have if you die again in the realm of the dead. You have to swallow the phallus or penis of Re. In other words, Re gets to deep throat you. This isn't homosexual. This is one of the penalties. You have to swallow another male deity's penis. And don't think for 1 second that I haven't heard Polight's rebuttal to this homosexual spell. In fact, he claims that Hashar made the whole thing up. He claims that the homosexual declarations found in spell 548 is not even in the coffin text. Take a look at this.
I think they probably downloaded the PDF. Or who the Black Lotus people, they said helping them out, cut and paste something out of there, and they try to use this against us. But guess what? I bought the $350 book. I own this book. It's called Breathing Flesh, Conceptions of the Body in the Ancient Egyptian Coffin Text. Okay, it's called Breathing Flesh, Conceptions of the Body in the Ancient Egyptian Coffin Text. It's a very good book. $350. Very important, very heavy, very thick, very important. It gives you the correspondences of the body parts as it relates to the Kemetic doctrine, Kemetic science, body parts. Did you know that every single body part had a rendering of the creator or different creators? Every body part. So if you was talking about the thighs, you was talking about Offset and her sister Nephis. If you was talking about the neck, so this is Coffin Text 640 that they brought up. And I want you to listen to Danny Boy and Brother Hashar. Back at it again with the homosexual talk. This is when they say, I will swallow for myself the penis of Ra and the head of Osiris. And everybody said, ho! Right? And listen to what Danny Boy says. And listen to what Hashar say.
And again, you got the Black Lotus civilization. We got brothers that'll break down these texts and read the Medu Neter like we read English. That's what we had on deck. So they got y'all covered if y'all coming from that angle, and y'all gonna have to deal with them. You're not making this up. You can look this up yourself and you see it there. You're not making this up. You can look this up yourself and you see it there.
He says, let's get this over here real quick. We're not making this up. So you know when a person says we're not making this up, generally, you wouldn't believe that they was making it up, because you would say, why would he say that with such conviction? What if someone actually looks it up? I looked it up. And guess what? He was making this up. 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 So now we're going to go to 640. We're going to go to Coffin Text 640. And we're going to find that they made this shit up. And Danny Boy was on the side cheerleading. Did they answer this? Did they answer this? No, it remains a mystery, brother. Did they answer this? No, it remains a mystery, brother. Danny Boy sees me on the street. Did you answer that 640? Coffin Text 640? And Sonetta's going to play it, Danny Boy. Yo, why you ain't answer Coffin Text 640? I said, fam, you know you made that shit up. We ain't make that up. I said, yo, listen, that's not at 640. Why are you asking me if I read Coffin Text 640 and when I'm going to respond? So I said, we don't honor that because it was insufficient evidence. It don't exist. It don't exist. It don't exist. It don't exist. So now I brought it up. And remember, you're on video saying, we did not make this up, Hashar. And you're on video, Daniela, saying, did they respond to this?
Now y'all all heard Polight say 4 times that this spell does not exist. He says that Hashar made the whole thing up. So he is essentially calling Hashar a liar. Yes, sisters and brothers, somebody is lying here about this spell. But it's not Hashar, it's not Daniela, it's not anybody among the Hebrew Israelites. It is Polight. And I'm going to show you that right now. We're going to go to the same book he was promoting in this video titled Breathing Flesh, Conceptions of the Body in the Ancient Egyptian Coffin Text. See, the first mistake Polight made was assuming that only he has this book. Nope, I got this book too, and I'm going to show you that this $350 book that Polight was waving in your face as proof that Hashar and Daniela was lying actually shows that he himself was the one lying. We're going to start reading on page 294, and I took a picture of the actual page just like Polight did in his PowerPoint presentation, so you can see that I'm not making this up. This spell actually starts on page 293, but we're going to pick it up at the very part that Polight said Hashar and Daniela made up. Now on the left, this is the transliteration. On the right is the translation. Look what it says on the 3rd line from the top under conceptual structure. Then I will swallow for myself this penis of Re or Ra and the head of Osiris. Wait a minute, Polight. You said this doesn't exist. You said they made this up, but it's on page 294 of the same book you were waving in our faces and bragging about it costing you $350. Well, you were holding $350 worth of evidence in your hands because you said insufficient evidence. That's the evidence right there. Let me read it again. Then I will swallow for myself this penis of Re and the head of Osiris. I thought you said this did not exist. Well, what am I reading right here in this book? And let me prove to you that it's talking about spell 548. Because as I said, Hashar had the spell number wrong. He said it was spell 640, but it's spell 548. So the spell does indeed exist. He just had the spell number wrong. But let's prove this is spell 548. We're going to go to page 303 of this same book and read the commentary of the spell you just read about swallowing the penis of Re or Ra. We're going to read the bottom paragraph. And again, I took a picture of the page from the actual book so you can see I'm not making this up. Because Polight apparently loves to accuse Hebrew Israelites of making stuff up. Look what it says. Male reproductive organs play a more important role in the corpus as evidenced by their number of occurrences. Comparable to the general role of the womb, an important container structure of the penis was found in relation to semen. Listen to this. More specialized roles of the penis were examined in CT, meaning Coffin Text, 548, where a threat is made of the deceased swallowing the penis of Re or Ra and the head of Osiris. So even the commentary of this book that Polight was waving in your face in that lecture and using it to try to make you think the Hebrew Israelites make stuff up, even the commentary of that book tells you that this spell exists and that it is in Coffin Text 548. And if you recall, that's the same exact spell number I took you to when I first read it in Raymond Oliver Faulkner's translation. So Polight, you made this up. Not only did you lie about a spell not existing, you lied on two brothers who said it does. You took advantage of the fact that they had the spell number wrong and used that to claim that these guys fabricated the entire thing. Now I ask you, sisters and brothers, which one seems like a more likely scenario? That the Hebrew Israelites lied and made this whole thing up, which we see could not have been the case because the spell does exist and it's even in the book that Polight was reading from, or that Polight knew the spell exists, knew they had the number mixed up, and pretended like they made up the whole thing. Which one do you think more than likely happened? And don't forget that Polight said he checked behind Hashar and Daniela when they made that claim about the coffin text, and it's saying, I will swallow for myself the penis of Re or Ra. He said he looked into it. Now what's crazy is, if you go on Google search and type in the exact words, I will swallow for myself the penis of Re or Ra, the very first result that it produces is books.google.com/books, and it refers you to breathing flesh, conception of the body in the ancient Egyptian, and the rest of it is coffin text. So if Polight really wanted to know if Hashar and Daniela made this up, all he had to do was type in the exact same words that he read that they produced in his lecture, I will swallow for myself the penis of Re, and it would have took you here and told you it's in that book. And Polight is an extremely intelligent individual. Are you trying to tell me that he doesn't know how to use the Google search engine to look things up, to verify things? Again, I have to ask the question, which is the more likely scenario? Polight just simply being mistaken and not knowing that these guys were telling the truth and that what they were saying is actually in the coffin text, or that he did the research, saw that they were telling the truth, but found out that they had to spell number wrong and capitalized off of that and told the people they made the whole thing up. This is too easy, sisters and brothers. But the real question is, why would Polight do this? Why would Polight pretend like Hashar and Daniela fabricated this entire spell? Because once again, it's all a part of covering up the secret gay agenda in ancient Egypt. See, Polight knows that that spell is promoting homosexuality. That's easy. It's saying that the deceased will have to swallow the penis of Re or Ra. That means, as I said earlier, Ra gets to deep throat you. Polight doesn't want anybody to know such a homosexual spell exists in the coffin text, so what he's doing is pretending like the Hebrew Israelites are a bunch of liars and making stuff up. No, you are the one who made this stuff up, Polight, when you said this spell doesn't exist. But while we're on the topic, let's take a look at the pathetic attempt Polight makes to try to get around the homosexual spell 700 in the coffin text.
So look, this is out of page 296. We're going to start from where it's highlighted at. This is my book here. The understanding of the central line 333, which is one of the first lines in question, is very much dependent on the way in which the references of the third person pronouns are understood. Meeks and favorite Meeks understand the passage as a reference to homosexual relations between the father and son, commenting that sodomy practiced by father upon his son, and here could wear the appearances of a beneficial act of initiation. In contrast, Parkinson interprets the passage as referring mainly to an expression of power relations between the deceased and the gods. Remember, Parkinson is the homosexual that Nazi quoted. Okay, I suggest the one that won the award for cross-dressing in America, right? So, I suggest that the son is Gebs and the phallus belongs to the dead man, and that the act has a similar function to that in the spell 635. The most recent interpretation by Miosi does not see in the passage a reference to homosexual relations at all, but rather a sort of procreation by proxy. So, a few remarks may be made on these quite different interpretations of the passage. The interpretation by Meeks and favorite Meeks has the advantage of connecting these lines with the spell's important theme of inheritance and fathersome relations, though the obscurity of the passage makes it somewhat suspicious as a main source for initiation practices. The interpretation by Parkinson avoids the latter problem. the homosexual that they're using. The interpretation by Parkinson, why are they still using this guy? Avoids the latter problem by relating the passage to a more straightforward reference to homosexual relations. Why are they saying this? Because they understand that this is not only an Egyptian eschatological text, but they're also understanding that this is a metaphorical occurrence that's transpiring as it relates to them taking prototypical attributes of the body parts and inferring to the reader something that is of spiritual essence. So this is why it's saying the straightforward reference to homosexual relations between the deceased and a god in Coffin Text 635 to be discussed in section 532 below, where it also is quite clear that the main function of the act is that of exercising power. On the other hand, it does not fit well with the general theme. Listen to this. It does not fit well with the general theme of the spell, as it seems quite reasonable to assume from lines F and G that the deceased has the role of Geb's here, apart from the less substantial problem that the pronouns referring to the deceased would shift from the first to the third person. The explanation of the passage by Miosi requires accepting an unusual set of underlying interpersonal relations while placing the passage clearly in the mythological and metaphorical realm, as this means of procreation appears quite impossible in literal terms. So again, if you even read it clearly, I'm going to read this part again. Here's the problem that they found out why it couldn't possibly be homosexual. Because Geb's here, apart from the less substantial problem that the pronouns referring to the deceased would shift from the first to the third person, meaning this person would have had to have been giving themselves a back shot. You see, you have to read. This is not like the regular storybook that you'll read that you call the Bible. This is not the comic book that you're used to reading, called the mother scriptures.
So after listening to Polight speed read through a very lengthy commentary, hardly giving any exposition at all, we all saw how Polight came to the conclusion that Spell 700 could not be homosexual. He even claimed that the person doing the commentary, Rune Niord, the author of the book, was saying that Spell 700 could not possibly be homosexual. But once again, sisters and brothers, Polight is being deceptive. What we're going to do is go back to the book, Breathing Flesh, Conceptions of the Body in the Ancient Egyptian Coffin Text, and we're going to reread all of that commentary that Polight just read. And again, I took the liberty of taking a picture from the page of the actual book so y'all can see that I'm not making this up. We're going to go to page 296 and we're going to start reading exactly where Polight started reading. The understanding of the central line 333H, and that's the line that states his penis being between the buttocks of his son and heir, is very much dependent on the way in which the references of the third person pronouns are understood. So what the author is saying is that the interpretation of Spell 700 depends on how the third person pronouns are understood. But he continues, Meeks and favored Meeks understand the passage as a reference to homosexual relations between father and son. See, notice I'm breaking this down so I can show you that the author, Rune Niord, is not saying one way or another how he feels in this particular part of the commentary. What he is doing is showing you how other Egyptologists understand Spell 700. Right now, he's giving you Meeks and favored Meeks understanding. This is what they say. Sodomy practiced by a father upon his son and heir could wear the appearances of a beneficial act of initiation. Now this is what he says Parkinson says about it, which Polight only tried to go after Parkinson for being homosexual. Notice he didn't break down that Meeks and favored Meeks also understand this passage to be homosexual, though in a different way from Parkinson, which we're going to read. Look what it says. In contrast, Parkinson interprets the passage as referring mainly to an expression of power relations between the deceased and the gods. Now, Rune Niord is about to quote Parkinson's view of Spell 700. Look at what Parkinson says. I suggest that the son is Gibbs and the phallus belongs to the dead man, and that the act has a similar function to that in spell 635. So Parkinson understands this spell to be referring to the deceased, and that his phallus or penis is between the buttocks of Gibbs' heir. So what do we have so far? We have Meeks and favored Meeks understanding spell 700 to mean that the phallus of the deceased is between the buttocks of his own son or heir, while Parkinson understands it to mean the phallus of the deceased is between the buttocks of Gibbs' heir. So all three of these Egyptologists are still saying that this is homosexual. The only difference is whose buttocks the phallus is between. Maybe now you understand why Polight blazed through all this commentary, because he knows that if he would have stopped and broke this stuff down like I'm doing now, you would see that it is still saying that a man's phallus is between another man's buttocks. But let's continue. Now here's the most recent interpretation by another Egyptologist named Miosi. This is his interpretation of spell 700. The most recent interpretation by Miosi does not see in the passage a reference to homosexual relations at all, but rather a sort of procreation by proxy. So Miosi doesn't see any reference to homosexuality in this passage. But when he says that, he doesn't mean homosexuality at all. Miosi means homosexual relations between the deceased and anybody in this passage. And we're going to see that when we read this commentary that Polight conveniently skipped over. Do you see this little smaller font below? This is what Miosi says about spell 700. Let's read this, and maybe you'll see why Polight chose to leave this part out. Gibbs' commitment to the Osirian cause is so total that in the event that Osiris is incapable of siring a son, that means conceiving a son on his own, Gibbs is prepared to ensure the continuation of his line, standing behind Osiris with his phallus between Osiris's buttocks, ready to mount on the back of the daughter of the phoenix, that is Isis. So Miosi sees some kind of weird creation by proxy. In other words, he is saying his interpretation of this is Osiris could not conceive a son on his own, so Gibbs conceived a son for Osiris by standing behind Osiris with his phallus between Osiris's buttocks. How is that a better interpretation? How is that not homosexual? You still have two male deities with one putting his phallus between the other's buttocks, and on top of that, this is father and son. See, this is why Polight didn't read this stuff, because even the commentary does not get away from the obvious homosexual content. But now, let's continue reading and pick it up right where Polight continued from. We're still on page 296, and it says, a few remarks may be made on these quite different interpretations of the passage. So now, the author of this book, Rune Niord, is going to remark on the commentary these other Egyptologists made about spell 700. It continues. The interpretation by Meeks and favored Meeks has the advantage of connecting these lines with the spell's important themes of inheritance and father-son relations, though the obscurity of the passage makes it somewhat suspicious as a main source for initiation practices. So basically what the author is doing is stating the pros and the cons of each of these interpretations. He said that though the obscurity of the passage makes it somewhat suspicious as a main source for initiation practices, because that is one of the things that Meeks and favored Meeks believed this was talking about. They still thought it was homosexuality, but they thought it was related to some type of initiation rite. Then he continues, the interpretation by Parkinson avoids the latter problem by relating the passage to a more straightforward reference to homosexual relations between the dead and a god. So he's telling you that Parkinson has a more straightforward interpretation by relating the passage to be between the deceased and a god. And then in parentheses, it has CT 635 to be discussed in section 5.3.2. And it continues saying, where it is also quite clear that the main function of the act is that of exercising power. If you noticed, Polight didn't bother to expound on this either, because the author is letting you know that spell 635, which talks about a man copulating between the buttocks of Atum Re, is also a homosexual spell. But let's continue. It says, on the other hand, it does not fit well with the general theme of the spell. See, the author is saying that Parkinson's interpretation, in his opinion, does not fit well with the general theme of spell 700. He says, as it seems quite reasonable to assume from lines F to G, which states, may he give me his crowns, may place for me his ear of corn, which is upon his mouth. That's what lines F to G says in this spell. That the deceased has the role of Gibbs heir here, apart from the less substantial problem that the pronouns referring to the deceased would shift from first to third person. So this is the problem he's having with Parkinson's interpretation, that is straightforward homosexuality between the deceased and Gibbs heir. That's the problem he's having with it. That particular interpretation, he said, it doesn't fit well with the overall theme of the spell. But let's finish it. The explanation of the passage by Miyoshi requires accepting an unusual set of underlying interpersonal relations. Now he's showing you the pros and the cons of Miyoshi's explanation of spell 700. He said the explanation of the passage by Miyoshi requires accepting an unusual set of underlying interpersonal relations, while placing the passage clearly in the mythological and metaphorical realm as the means of procreation appear quite impossible in literal terms. So yes, it would be quite impossible in literal terms if procreation was supposed to occur through a man putting his phallus between his own son's buttocks. But this is where Polight stopped at. And if you notice, we read through all of this, and not once did the author say that it couldn't possibly be homosexual. All the author did is gave you 4 interpretations of 4 Egyptologists. He told you that Meeks and Favorite Meeks sees the passage as the deceased having power over his own son and heir. Then he told you that Parkinson's interpretation is that the deceased has power over Gibbs' heir. And finally, we read that Miyoshi understands this as procreation through proxy. In other words, Gibbs put his phallus between Osiris's buttocks in order to procreate through Osiris in some type of mythological and metaphorical sense. So where's Polight getting the conclusion that the author of this book is saying it couldn't possibly be homosexual? Because from what I'm reading, all 3 of these interpretations are homosexual. If you go with Meeks and Favorite Meeks interpretation, you have the deceased putting his phallus between the buttocks of his own son and heir. If you go with Parkinson's interpretation, you have the deceased putting his phallus between the buttocks of Gibbs' heir. Still another man. And if you go with Miyoshi's interpretation, you have Gibbs putting his phallus between the buttocks of Osiris. That's still male-on-male action. So let's sum it all up. First, Polight lies on Hashar and Daniela and say that they made up the words in spell 548 and said that these words didn't even exist. When in fact, not only does these words exist, they are found in the very book you were waving in our face your entire lecture. Then you went to this same book and tried to twist the author's commentary into saying that this spell could not possibly be homosexual. That's why you were reading through this commentary real fast so nobody could stop and analyze what was being said here, so they couldn't grasp the true context of what the author was saying. But when you go back and reread all of this stuff, you will see that nowhere in this commentary is the author, Rune Niord, suggesting that it couldn't possibly be homosexual. All he did was gave you the view of 4 Egyptologists, and all of these views still end up homosexual. So Polight, you're busted again. You already got busted once when you pretended like the words in spell 548 didn't exist, and now you're being busted again for deliberately twisting the commentary of Rule Niord. And if you notice, it also mentioned the god Osiris in this spell, or Asar. And in case you haven't figured it out by now, Osiris was a homosexual deity too, and I'm going to prove it to you. This is from the ritual of opening of the mouth from Amenephis I, and it's from the Hieratic papyri. Look what it says. I am Horus, my father Osiris, who seizes the phallus of Seth for you with his hand. Wait a minute. It said that Osiris seizes the phallus or penis of Seth for you with his hand. And again, this is the ritual of Amenephis I. Now, why are people reciting things in this ritual like Osiris grabbing the phallus of Seth for you with his hand? Because he was trying to prevent the ascendancy of Seth. That was the purpose of this ritual. Remember, with the ancient Egyptian spells and utterances, the purpose was to give you safe passage to the afterlife. And all kinds of obstacles were in your way, including demons and even other Egyptian gods, which is the reason why you had to sodomize Atum Re or Atum Ra to have safe passage to the afterlife. Well, in this ritual, you're asking Osiris to seize or grab the penis of Seth for you in order to subdue him. This is more homosexuality, sisters and brothers, because why in the world would Osiris have to grab Seth's penis? And don't think that I don't know that a lot of you brothers who represent Kemet are named after Osiris, the Egyptian pronunciation, Asar. So you're named after an Egyptian deity who grabs the phallus of his brother Seth in his hand. Look at all this stuff we've been reading. Look at all this stuff you've probably never heard. But it's there, sisters and brothers. And if they really research ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet, then they should know this stuff. And if they do know this stuff, why haven't they told you? Because it's all a part of the secret gay agenda. You have to understand that anybody who is promoting Egypt, Kemet, the Nile Valley movement, anything of that nature, they are trying to trick you into being a part of a homosexual agenda. I read these books. I've been studying Kemet for nearly 15 years, and I can see the homosexuality. But they can't? Shakka Ahmose doesn't see this? Seti doesn't see this? Reggie doesn't see this? So when you decided to put down the Bible and move toward Kemet, did you know about this stuff? Did you know what you were getting into? And if you did, were you comfortable with this homosexuality? See, you're all guilty. You're all in on this thing together because you know and you're not telling anybody, or because you don't know and you haven't bothered to do the research and inform the people. But you're all guilty. I am sick of you so-called Kemetic scholars harassing my Hebrew brothers and sisters. So now you have to deal with this information. And I know what you're going to do. You're going to try to run from it. You're going to try to hope nobody sees this documentary. But the truth is going to get out one way or another. All of you guys are a bunch of con artists. That's what you are. And you're trying to dupe our people into believing that you're trying to save them, when in fact all you're trying to do is secretly force a bunch of homosexuality on our people. And while we're on the subject of Osiris, let me show you something else homosexual about him. Now, the two deities that you're looking at in this picture is Osiris and the Egyptian deity Geb. Osiris is the one on the top, Geb is on the bottom. Now just take a moment to examine this picture. Tell me what you get from this when you see this. You got one male deity depicted with an exaggerated erection and another deity right under him with his butt up in the air performing autofellatio on himself, or in other words, sucking his own penis. Now when you look at something like this, you're trying to tell me this does not have homoerotic tones to it? This is not gay? Don't forget, Polight, you said no black man who is a homosexual can represent our community. Yet you're trying to force our community to accept homosexuality by pushing them toward a culture that blatantly throws it in your face.
From doing it. Why is everything else prohibited? Everything else is prohibited in that cosmic world.
42 negative confessions.
One more thing, Reggie. Brother Natu Tahuti also showed a picture of one of the gods with his own penis in his mouth. What was that? What was they trying to show you on that? Have you saw that?
No. First of all,
you never saw that.
I've seen it.
Okay.
First of all, so you seen it? What text it comes from?
Well, let me go. Let me go to brother Shakka Ahmose. Let me go to Shakka.
Oh, now all of a sudden I'm number 2.
No, because you saw it. No, you saw it. What does that picture mean? What was they trying to show you there?
Right.
By him sucking his own penis.
I've seen the picture. I've seen it a few times. Look, you have to understand something, and it really goes back to what Saber Reggie just said a moment ago. When they're talking about the netters, you see, I can't speak for the people who lived in ancient Kemet with respect to this. When you see a deity and he has his phallus perhaps in his mouth or something like that, they're not saying or perpetuating, yeah, you know, suck your own penis.
Long enough.
It's like when they talk about Atum Ray masturbated in order to produce. He spit out, because spit is a term that they use for masturbation. When they say he spit out Shu and Tefnut, right? This is not advocating masturbation. What it is doing is it's giving you a physical representation of how something may have occurred.
Have you ever heard of him saying that he ejaculated himself and bust off on the head of letters and he ate the letters?
That's in the Contendings of Horus.
What the hell is all this stuff about, man?
I mean, you got to understand. Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
No, brother, I want to find out because, see, the Hebrews, if we didn't have these debates, I wouldn't have known nothing about this. That's why.
Hold on. One second. Hold on.
Let me finish. Because were they dealing with homosexuality in ancient Egypt, brother?
When you say dealing with it, hold on, stop.
Can I answer that? Because
I'm going over there. Look how y'all get. Put the camera over here. Hold on 1 second.
Y'all know this is homosexual. If somebody took a picture like this in real life, 2 brothers took a picture like this in real life, y'all was like, man, this is gay as I don't know what. But this is ancient Egypt, and this is Osiris, and this is the god Geb.
Solomon misinterpreted. It's gonna get hot because I want to know what the fuck was misinterpreted. Nah, it's gonna get hot. It's gonna get hot. Now I put it in there, but I'm about to come up to this and read this. I'm gonna come up here and read this. All right? Let me come up here and read this. Quiet. The name of this scroll. Quiet down. Come on now. Now. Wait a minute, family. God damn. We teach this shit. See, when it's some bullshit going on, my peoples was Muslims. Well, most people don't understand.
Yo, tell the kids go out for a minute. That's all.
Yeah.
Tell the kids go out.
Take the babies go, because it's going to get heated. When you got to put the motherfucker over it. Huh? When you got to hide the shit. Move the slide. Oh, man, come on, man. I know, I'm sorry.
Just tell the kids go out.
But I got to read this shit. You motherfuckers can rape my goddamn babies and we can't say shit. Fuck that. We're going in today. Send them out. I'm sorry, family. I didn't mean this, but hey. I got to read this, family. I got to read this. The name of this scroll, Sodom misinterpreted, is chosen because of the injustice that has been inflicted upon the gay population by those who claim to be not gay. It is sad that such a...
The ideal of sucking a penis is not homosexual, even if it's your own. That's homosexual, even if it's your own. And Osiris is right over him. This is very homosexual. Do you really believe that the Bible has more gay things in it than this, Shakka? And that the Bible endorses it?
Hey, yo, who was the last Hebrew Israelite you greeted with a kiss?
Give me 1 second. I was in
is that many? Y'all kissing that many?
I was in Philly. 1 second, I'm gonna answer your question.
So
we buried a brother. We buried a brother. I past Thursday. Thursday.
So y'all do be kissing each other then?
Well, see.
So hold on. So y'all be kissing each other? I'm asking.
Shakka crazy.
Nah, y'all been talking all this hold on. So my question is this, because y'all talk so much shit. Right? All this homo shit you'll talk. So now, what I'm finding out is that it's a ritual and a biblical custom for you Hebrew Israelite males to kiss one another when greeting each other, yes?
Alright, let's get back into it, man. Let's go.
Wait a minute. Oh man, sorry, I'm gonna take your ass up for this one. I'm telling you. Oh my God. I know Polight is right there going crazy right now.
Oh my God, dude, y'all ain't left that hard in 20 years. Yeah, now, see, now y'all can't take it. Y'all real talk. Oh my God. See, look, hold on. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Oh my God, y'all got tears coming down my face. Hey, yo. What other man you know? Shakka Ahmose is the only man that could get big ass Tazoriak to admit he kissed her.
Hey yo, you bugged out, man. You crazy, Shakka.
Oh shit. Yo, hold on. Hey yo. Hey yo. Yo, I'm the only man you know could get Tazoriak to admit he kissed his fellow Hebrew Israelite.
Yo, back to teaching, man.
I'm back to teaching. Hold on. Yo, see, I told y'all, I did not want to do this. See, y'all can't take it now.
Right.
Yo, that's real talk. Y'all can't take it now. I'm just getting started. I'm not even into those. We ain't even made it to the beginning. This is the preamp. I'm dead ass. I'm getting in your asses.
No homo.
No homo. Nah, well, we're dumb as homo. But on our side of it.
Oh, man.
Because you know, when we.
But we're going to continue. What you're looking at now is a picture of Seti I kneeling before Amun-Ra. Now, again, take a moment to pay attention and see if you can see the homosexual overtones in this picture. When was the last time any of you brothers got down on your knees in front of another brother with an erection? You'll say, we've never done that. That's gay. That's homosexual. So what kind of message are you getting here? You may say, well, he's just bowing before him because he's a god. True. But remember, the Egyptians also taught things using symbolism. And I already proved to you that they incorporated the gods into their daily lives, their monarchy, their theology, their priesthood, nature, so on and so forth. So you got Seti I kneeling down in front of another male with an erection. That's not sending a homosexual message. But this is Kemet. This is gay. We don't want your gay culture. Or for my Jamaican brothers, your Batiman culture. We don't want it. You can have it. And that's what we've been trying to tell people for the longest. But it takes a powerful presentation like this to get the point across so everybody can see that these brothers are part of a secret gay agenda. Maybe now they'll back off because they're going to know we're on to them now. But let's continue. Because Polight, I'm pretty sure you knew this next part that I'm about to address is coming. And of course, that's the book, Sodom Misinterpreted. And before you try to write me off as somebody that just goes to random writings of your teacher, Dr. York, to try to defame him, let me let you in on a little secret, brother. I've been studying Egyptology for about 15 years. But what many people don't know is what made me first take an interest in the study of Egypt or Kemet was studying Malachi York's books. I actually studied Nuwabu about a year and a half prior to studying ancient Kemet or ancient Egypt. So I know about Nuwabu. I know things about Nuwabu that you don't like to tell people. Like you try to make fun of the Hebrew Israelites because they say they believe that Jesus is going to crack the sky open with 200 million black angels and come and save mankind. I've seen you make fun of them for believing that on more than one occasion. But I bet you never told anybody that Malachi York teaches that too.
But they say that Jesus is going to come out the sky, he's going to part the clouds, and he's going to come through with a whole army. So you see, you could wait for someone to come out the sky. Well, all you doing is disarming our race. Because if I think somebody coming out the sky to save us with an army of people coming out the sky, do you know what's going to happen? It's going to give me the impression that I don't even need to bang back. I don't even need to fight back. That makes me lazy. But these guys now, ISUPK, you know what they say? They say that this man gonna come out the sky. Not only is he gonna come out the sky, he gonna part the clouds. And when he come through, and whole army, we gotta let go of this spooky doctrine telling us somebody gonna come here and save us.
Jesus is coming. All you Christians, you can rest sure he's coming. He's on the craft coming for you. He will school you for 1,000 years. That'll be done in one day.
Oh, I have access to the books, bro. I got the holy tablets. In fact, I wrote a book titled 101 Questions to Ask a Nuwaubian. And right now it is on my online store. And I have actually hit Nuwaubians with this book before, and none of them have been able to successfully answer one question out of it. And these are not questions that can't be answered. These are questions coming straight out of Malachi York's books. I know all about Nuwaubu. I've been studying Nuwaubu for about 16 or 17 years. So I can tell people what you come from. I can show people all the mess that you were caught up in before you started New Covenant. All they got to do is purchase that book and they'll see. This is why you don't like to talk about Nuwaubu. In fact, every time somebody asks you, do you still follow Nuwaubu or do you still adhere to the teachings of Dr. York? You never give a straight answer.
Brother Polight, I'm going to ask you this question, but you can answer all the other questions that you had prior to this. He brought up, are you a part of New Covenant? And New Covenant is also Nuwaubian. I don't know. We want to clear that up. Why did you leave Nuwaubians, if you ever left? And why did you start it, the New Covenant? How do they all come together? Are they the same organizations or, you know, deal with that, brother. You can deal with that last. If you want to, it's all good.
I got you. It's a couple things we have to clear up here. Nuwaubians, they say, why you left the Nuwaubian community? That's your question? Why you left? Check that time. You got to speak for so long. The shit get hot now. Yeah. That's why we said don't let them consume all the time talking. Because it's the trick is to talk long enough, and then when it's time for us to talk, haul ass out of here. That's why I'm like, please. Nuwaubian. Oh, am I a Nuwaubian that walked out and created a Nuwaubian community? I left the Nuwaubian community to erect something that can cater to the specific interests and needs of the people that I felt that community wasn't homing in on. I don't think any community homes in on everything with equal attention that could cater to the specific interests and needs of our people. Again, I set up New Covenant so we can have our people embark upon the acquisition of properties. When we say head of the crown is a term I didn't make up. As I'm head of the crown, illustrious supreme grand perception of the New Covenant community, head of the crown is synonymous with the word sovereign. But because the word sovereign takes on a negative connotation where people think they can get away with vehicular homicide.
Okay.
People believe.
Why wasn't no Hebrews present at the Evolution Conference when the Evolution Conference is talking about the creation of God? What is God? Who is God? And where does God come from? How come all the Hebrews that was on the platform, and I know you said you wasn't on that platform already, but why was all the Hebrews that was on that platform decided to back out the last minute? Do you think they've realized that they was in over their head and they really couldn't?
Now we're going to go to the book Sodom Misinterpreted by your teacher, Polight, Dr. Malachi Z. York. I'm not going to call him your spiritual father because I know how sensitive you get when people refer to him as your spiritual father. In fact, you try to pretend like they said your biological father to justify picking a fight with ISUPK.
Just remember, you want to call him my spiritual father, that's fine. No problem. Your spiritual father's a child molester. That's right. Remember that. Remember that. You understand that?
Okay, go ahead.
Take that one right there. That's what you got to grab. So who raised you? That's what you got to understand.
Who raised me?
He's under the jail right now. Did he not get convicted? Come on now. Let's keep it real. So now you're talking about what? You're talking about biology. Is he my biological father? I don't think so. So why do you want to be simple? Once I get you there. So now once I pull that out on you, now you want to get in your feelings.
We saying you can't be a faggot. We ain't writing books called Sodom Misinterpreted. We ain't writing books. We ain't fucking little boys. We ain't doing that like your daddy did. Like your spiritual father 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 did. If y'all should take the kids home tonight. Because tonight ain't about being nice. Because when you attack my God, and to show you how he won't even stick to the topic, this is supposed to be about the dumbest shit I ever heard. That's right. The black woman, excuse me, God according to the Bible is a woman. And then the second one is the Bible plagiarized. That's what this is supposed to be about. Whereas y'all see all these people in here today? Now, do y'all see the condition of black people today? Shouldn't we be in this room fixing that problem?
I'm Brother Polight. Though my name that I often go by is Nisut Amunre Senatumre, which is my preference. I'd rather be called Nisut Amunre Senatumre. You know, the master teacher, Reverend Dr. Malachi Kobina York, gave me the name, as well as name my family, name my daughter since birth. He's my spiritual master and guide. He's my father. He's my father. He's my father. He's my father. You understand? He's my God. He's my deity, however y'all want to call it. He's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing today. I'm 26 years old. I'm the author of soon to be 30 books. I'm at 29 right now. Next month on the 15th, I'll be coming out with my math scripture. It literally is a scripture. It's going to enable you to become the prophet by way of teaching you how to.
But York, you now influenced by alcohol, drugs, or narcotics. You understand you are charged with 40 counts of aggravated child molestation that you could receive a maximum sentence of 30 years in confinement for each count, that you are charged with 34 counts of child molestation, that you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement for each count, that you are charged with 1 count of sexual exploitation of children, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement, and you're charged with 2 counts of influencing witnesses, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 10 years in confinement for each count, and that you could receive a minimum sentence overall of 10 years on probation. I'm telling you the most and the least. You understand that? How do you plead, guilty or not guilty, as to all the indictments that were cited by the district attorney? Did anybody force you or threaten you in any way to cause you to enter this guilty plea? Did anyone promise you anything to cause you to enter this guilty plea? Are you satisfied with the services of your attorneys, not only Mr. Aurora, but your other attorneys? Were you able to hear and understand my statements and questions to you?
He's under the jail right now. Did he not get convicted? Come on now. Let's keep it real. So now you're talking about what? You're talking about biology. Is he my biological father? I don't think so. So why do you want to be simple? Once I get you there. So now once I pull that out on you, now you want to get in your feelings. Because you're emotional. That's the problem. You want to be emotional. But he's supposed to lead black people. A man who gets this emotional. When it is a proven fact that his father is a molester. You don't know that? You've been molested since what, the 70s, 80s? Since the 60s. My father's a molester. Lord have mercy. That's what you got to understand now. That's what you got to understand. Say it again. Let me tell you something, bro. So you're telling me he's not? You're telling me he didn't get convicted? And now you initially want to get carnal? That's what you want to do? That's feminine. That's what you got to know. That is real feminine. Women do that. Back up. That's feminine. Now you've been sitting here the whole time, you want to turn around. Now let me ask you something. When he told your daddy was a pedophile,
what the brother said was correct. Right. The brother came out here and said, he called Contendings my daddy, me Contendings' daddy. And I apologize. Now, so you didn't. Now, Contendings responded by bringing up his father.
His spiritual father, who he called, who's a fucking child molester. Your father is a child molester, period. And he got in his feelings. He got mad, and he thought he was going to punk Conscious out. If you want to cross the rope, cross the fucking rope. That's what you do. Don't sit here and talk shit like what's going to pop up, what's going to do this. If you're going to cross the line, cross the fucking line. Otherwise, get the fuck out of here. That's what you do. You don't sit here and disrespect my brother. And then, like he said, I disrespected you, your sister, excuse me, you, your daughter, your wife, everybody.
But I digress. But anyway, we're going to this book, Sodom Misinterpreted. And a while back, when you were debating Cyrus Suits and Seti, he brought out some things in this book. But I want to point out something to the people that's very significant about how this book specifically applies to you, Polight. Now this is from page 58. Question: where in the Bible is homosexuality mentioned? Answer: biblical writers portray homosexuality as offensive to both society and religious morals. Sexual relationship between males may have been tolerated in the towns of Gibeah, Sodom, and Gomorrah, and perhaps homosexuality was common in Canaanite communities. But the biblical references to these places and patterns serve as warnings to Jews and Christians that homosexuality is unacceptable behavior if you live by the Bible. Now listen to this, because this is where you come in, Polight. However, if you do not believe or base your life on the Bible, then it wouldn't apply to you. Now this is what your teacher says, Polight. He said if you do not believe or base your life on the Bible, then the law about homosexuality does not apply to you. Now the question is, does Polight not believe the Bible? Well, take a look at these clips and you tell me.
Now, were they brothers? Ham, Shem, and Japheth, were they brothers?
I don't know. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't know. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't know. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't know. I don't believe in the Bible. Go ahead.
Give me somebody that got common sense. Were they brothers?
It's not common sense.
Thank you.
This little spooky doctrine right here, this little holy Bible shit that y'all talking about, this shit target practice. Cause this shit is the destruction of our people too.
Gold-plated as the eagle. Don't stop till the Bible's destroyed.
Great shooting, Nisu.
M249, invisible beam and scope. Mission accomplished.
Now there's two things I want you to think about here. Number one, when Polight says he does not believe the Bible, that means he perfectly fits the description of somebody who homosexuality is okay for according to his own teacher. Because Malachi York said that if you don't believe or base your life off the Bible, then the law against homosexuality does not apply to you. And don't try to say that you are against homosexuality, Polight, because Kemet speaks against it, because I've already shown y'all that that's not the case. So your own teacher says that homosexuality is okay for people who does not believe the Bible, and you said you don't believe the Bible, Polight. So that means that you qualify as somebody who homosexuality is okay for, according to your own teacher, Dr. Malachi Z. York. Again, not gonna call him your spiritual father because that makes you all emotional. But the second thing I want you to think about is the fact that not only did Polight say he does not believe the Bible, he drastically expressed his disbelief in the Bible by literally shooting it up. This is how against the Bible Polight is. I understand the message he was trying to send. I get the metaphor. That's how against the Bible you are. But you are also against homosexuality, so you say. So why haven't you taken any of Malachi York's books down to the shooting range and shot them up? Why haven't you shot up Sodom Misinterpreted yet? Aren't you against homosexuality? Didn't you say that no black man can represent our community as a homosexual? You say you are against homosexuality. So I want to see you upload a video where you take Sodom Misinterpreted down to the shooting range and shoot it up. I would like to see that. But no, you're not going to do that because you don't want to come out against them. You just want to attack our Bible. Like I said, I wrote a book titled 101 Questions to Ask a Nuwabian, and it chronologizes the doctrine of Malachi Z. York from the late 70s all the way up to when he was arrested for the child molestation charges. So I know about Nuwabu. You can't pull that crap on me that you pull on these other Hebrew Israelites that don't know anything about Nuwabu. I have been studying Nuwabu for 16 or 17 years, and I still study it, just like I still study Kemet. So you can't pull that crap on me that you try to pull on everybody else. So I want to see you be true to your principles and take Sodom misinterpreted down to the shooting range, hang it up, shoot it up, because you claim you are against homosexuality. But I'm still not done with Nuwabu, because now I'm going to show you that Malachi York and the Nuwabians still teach and promote homosexuality today, but on an even deeper level. I found this video on YouTube titled Outformation Class, Gateways and Their Guardians. Pay close attention to the things that this female, a student teacher of Malachi York, says about homosexuality.
I am Mersultet Bastet Ya Nafortet Sint Atum Re. I am a student teacher of the master teacher Pamanzal Nizdar Amun Nabab Re Ahpata Hu Kawan Harar. He is free. A female being can vibrate only on the gender in which she was born. A male being can only vibrate on the gender in which he was born. But if you had a male body or physical body with a female spirit, or a female body with a male spirit, they're thus vibrating on two natures. So they vibrate twice as high, or they see things twice as clear than a single gendered person. They are linked to both the physical realm and the spiritual realm because they vibrate twice as much. So they are linked to the physical and the spiritual, as opposed to just the physical or just the spiritual. And this does affect their thoughts, and this does affect their thinking. They are gatekeepers, the guardians, as they are caught up between realms. So they are also sensitive to all kinds of vibrations, and as such can feel and sense where the elites are in space and time. A gateway in Africa. Gatekeepers are born totally feminine in body with a male spirit, or totally masculine in body with a female spirit. So the anatomy is a woman completely with all the physical attributes of a female with a male spirit inside of her, or a male with all the physical attributes of a male with a female spirit inside of him. Gatekeepers are born that way. That is totally physically male and totally spiritually female. Nor is it the same as being born with a female's anatomy and sexual organs and being a male and spirit person and personality, and should not be mixed up with males or females who are born nymphomanic. The real gatekeepers are very important, so you must understand that the real gatekeepers are important. Only they can open the gate to the spiritual realms because these beings vibrate on a dual level. There is no room for error. You need the four winds, that is 2 XYX beings and 2 YXY beings, plus 1 golden child in the center to activate the force at the right time in the right place, surrounded by XX and XY beings.
So what she's saying is homosexuals and lesbians who embrace this particular ideology are the real gatekeepers, and only they can open the doors to the spiritual realm. In other words, they have a connection with the spiritual realm that we as heterosexuals don't have. This is the current teaching of the Nuwabians, and hence Dr. Malachi Z. York. This is the current teachings. But what I want you to really focus on is she kept calling them gatekeepers, gatekeepers. And what Malachi York is teaching, what the Nuwabians are teaching, what Polight's teacher and sibling students are teaching is known today as African shamanism. Take a look at this next video clip.
What is the spiritual purpose of being a black gay man? The Dogon of Mali, Africa, as well as the Kamau, the blacks of ancient Egypt, had a very clear answer. They said, shamans. We are the shamans of the village. We are the spiritual keepers of the gates. Thus we were called gatekeepers. 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 The question is, what's a gate? A gate simply is a state of mind or energy. A state of mind means a thought. Energy means a feeling. You have thoughts all day long and you feel things all day long. And sometimes the thoughts may not be positive or constructive, nor the feelings.
But if you had a male body or physical body with a female spirit, or a female body with a male spirit, they're thus vibrating on two natures. So they vibrate twice as high, or they see things twice as clear than a single gendered person. They are gatekeepers. They are gatekeepers. They are gatekeepers. They are gatekeepers.
Thus we were called gatekeepers. The question is, what's a gate? A gate simply is a state of mind or energy. A state of mind means a thought. Energy means a feeling. You have thoughts all day long and you feel things all day long. And sometimes the thoughts may not be positive or constructive, nor the feelings working properly.
This whole concept comes from the homosexual agenda in ancient Egypt. They're telling you the truth about the gay roots in Egypt. They're not trying to hide it. And this whole gatekeeper concept is an offshoot of that. But wait, there's more. Because this African shaman guy actually has a website in which he goes into further detail about gay African shamanism. And his website is rawgoldenbeetle.com/gatekeepers. Now listen to the things this guy is saying on his website. And keep in mind that Malachi York, Polight's teacher, teaches the same thing. This is current Nuwabian ideology. Same thing. The gatekeepers, homosexuals. Listen to this. The Dogon state that the gays of the populace have the divine mission of keeping the gates between the spiritual world and the terrestrial world open. Remember that Nuwabian sister in the video was saying that only gatekeepers can open the doors to the spiritual realm? This is the same thing. Why isn't Polight attacking this? Why isn't Polight doing any videos exposing the Nuwabian gay agenda? He acts like he hates homosexuality so much, but then again, that's hard for us to believe because he's named after homosexual deities. You can't trust any of these guys. See, I investigate these people. I research these people and their doctrine. But we're going to continue. Look what it says. If the gays are denied this task, then the spiritual energy from heaven will be blocked from nourishing the land, the village, and the people, resulting in ignorance, famine, plague, crime, despair, and wars. In other words, the homosexuals need to save us, and this is the same thing that Nuwabian sister was saying in that video. And you can go back and watch the whole video. She was saying the same thing, and this is what Polight comes from. But he don't tell you this stuff, and he never denies it either. I'm waiting for Polight to openly come out and condemn all Nuwabians that are teaching people it's okay to be homosexual and that homosexuals are superior to heterosexuals.
Black men have no right to be homosexuals trying to represent our community. That's a fact. Homosexuality is counterproductive to the black community, and under no circumstance should we tolerate it as a community. Do I feel that they are after me to make me homosexual? Hell fucking yeah. The goal is to take any strong black man, particularly in leadership, and effeminize him at the very least. If you can't homosexualize us, effeminize us. If you could take me out of the household with my black woman and have me raised, if you could have the son or the daughter, particularly the son, raised by the woman by herself, at the very least, if that boy don't come out homosexual, hopefully he could come out effeminate. That is the concept. Straight from slavery, this has been practiced, where they would beat the hell out of the black man in front of that black woman, keep him alive, but beat the hell out of him so she can raise her son to be more submissive, like her, or more effeminate.
But Polight's not going to tell you that. He doesn't want anybody to know that the school of thought he comes from pushes homosexuality like no other. But we're going to continue this. It says, yes, the Dogon and thus the blacks of ancient Egypt recognize that without awakened gaze, the society descends rapidly into barbarity. This is another way of saying that gays/gatekeepers, notice that he's letting you know that gays are the same as gatekeepers, are the saviors of the nation, the keepers of the harmony and balance of the realm, a task most befitting androgynous souls. And underneath this, he has a picture of two black gay men, and in the caption it says, behold, the saviors of the world. This is exactly what Malachi York is currently teaching, and his student teachers are passing it on. But Polight wants us to think that he's against this, even though he's named himself after homosexual deities, even though he's pushing Kemet, which I've shown is homosexual, even though he comes from Nuwabu that teaches this. That's why I say, Polight, you are the biggest hypocrite and culprit of them all. You cannot trust any of these guys that are pushing Kemet. See, this is what happens when you keep hammering and pushing servants of God. Eventually, there's going to be a tremendous backlash that you can't deal with. None of y'all can refute this stuff. It is hardcore, solid information. But I'm still not done with you, Polight. It's one more thing I want to show people about you that's related to the secret gay agenda. And I'm referring to the Eye of Horus that you like to paint around your left eye when you debate. Yes, that also is a symbol of homosexuality. Remember when we read earlier in the Contendings of Horus and Seth how the god Thoth removed the solar disk from Seth's forehead, which was Horus's semen, and placed that solar disk on his own head and became the lunar deity Thoth. Remember we read that? Then we read from an ancient well-known text from the Temple of Horus at Adfu, which was constructed under the Ptolemies, that the god Thoth himself was born from the forehead of Seth. Therefore, we know that it's talking about the same story. In one version of the story, the seed of Horus emerged from Seth's forehead as a lunar disc, and the god Thoth put it on his own head, and it became a lunar disc or lunar crown, and Thoth became a lunar deity. In another version, we read that the lunar deity Thoth himself was born from the forehead of Seth. So we know we're talking about the same story here. So this is all related to the moon. Now what most of these people don't tell you is that there are different versions of the story of Horus and the story of Seth. In one particular version of the story, Seth ripped out the left eye of Horus, and Horus's left eye represents the moon, and his right eye, or his functioning eye, represents the sun. When you have the Eye of Horus painted around your left eye, that represents the moon. And if you look at these pictures here, you can clearly see that Polight has the paint around his left eye, which means that represents Horus's injured eye, which represents the moon. And Thoth is the moon god. So where am I going with this? Well, in one version, a solar disc came from the forehead of Seth. Thoth took it, put it on his head, it became the lunar disc, he became the moon deity. In another story, the moon deity himself, Thoth, was born directly from Seth's head. But let me show you what it says in the pyramid text. This is under the section titled Beef and Poultry, verse 97. Listen to this. Osiris, Eunice, here is Horus's eye, which is from Seth's forehead. Notice that it said the eye of Horus is from Seth's forehead. Put two and two together, sisters and brothers. If Horus's left eye, his injured eye, represents the moon, and it says it's from Seth's forehead, and then we read in other versions of the story where the lunar god Thoth or the moon god Thoth is from his forehead, that means that Horus's eye and Thoth are the same thing. But let's see what the scholars have to say about this. Let's go again to the book Seth, God of Confusion by Herman Tevelde, and look what he says about Thoth being synonymous with the moon and the left eye of Horus. Only now does Seth find out that not Horus, but he himself is the victim of deceit. And this deceit is referring to when Isis and Horus tricked Seth into eating Horus's semen. But it continues, and he becomes furious. He stretches forth his hand to seize the disc, but Thoth is too quick for him and sets it as an ornament upon his own head. Y'all remember this story. We broke all of this down earlier. But this is the important part. This disc of the moon is the same as the eye when it is filled, which is the left eye of Horus, or the god Thoth in person. Notice that Tevelde is telling you that Thoth is synonymous with the moon and the left eye of Horus. But we already knew that from reading the pyramid text, because it said that the eye of Horus came from the forehead of Seth. But in the Contendings of Horus and Seth, one version says that Thoth came from the forehead of Seth, and another version says that the solar disk came from the forehead of Seth, and when Thoth put it on his head, it became the lunar disk. So Thoth, the moon, and the left eye of Horus are considered the same thing in Egyptian mythology. So what does all of this mean? It means that the paint that Polight wears around his left eye is synonymous with Thoth. And Thoth, according to Egyptian mythology, was born from the homosexual union of Horus and Seth. So in other words, that eye of Horus that Polight paints around his left eye is a symbol of homosexuality. It represents homosexual union between Horus and Seth, because it represents Thoth, and that's how Thoth was born. And if you notice, Polight almost always paints this symbol around his left eye. Why? Because that is the eye that represents the moon, which represents Thoth, which represents homosexual union.
What a difference the right information makes. So, let's go back to the other one. So when people say, man, you wear that OC and out there, you be wearing makeup, what's going on? I'm like, I got 4 wives, and you gonna try to play the homosexual card on me? I got 4 wives, and it still ain't enough for haters. So I say, oh,
Lord, hallelujah.
You can see Native Americans with their cell phone. You can see football players popping submarines, but you can't see me. Identify with culture. So I'm explaining today because it's an analogical depiction that has its inception in somatic detail. It's a somatic reference to what's taking place on a celestial level. So we learned in ancient Egypt that Horus had a fight with Thoth.
Right.
And they say that Horus ripped the balls out of Thoth in the fight.
Right.
And they said that Horus' left eye got ripped out of his socket. But that was an analogical depiction of something that takes place on a somatic level. In this particular case, it would be sex. So it's a physical thing going on, a sexual thing going on. So now they also say that the left eye of Horus corresponds with the moon. So now we got to put all this information together. So now we say, okay, let's say a man, because all I'm saying is when I have sex, I'm effective. And I'm able to give my woman multiple orgasms. And I'm able to give my woman multiple orgasms. And I'm able to give my woman multiple orgasms. And I'm able to give my woman multiple orgasms. That's all that says when I have that day. But people don't ask. They don't ask. I just walk around and give one the trademark. Wait out. Just let them know. First of all, semen is cerebral spinal fluid. It's brain fluid. Cerebral, brain, spinal fluid. If you don't know how to ejaculate, it'll come out as fluid. Alright? Ejaculation is important because if you find that your semen is brain fluid, you might not want to be having undisciplined sex as men. Because you become stupid the more sex, undisciplined sex you have. So it goes from, how you doing, guys? How you doing, queen? So what's good, mom? Bitch. That's what it comes down to, low frequency thinking. You can have so much undisciplined sex, you become an animal. If you don't know how to ejaculate. So the point in this particular case is, you start from the lowest seat. In ancient Egypt, the lowest chakra was called Seth, the guy that Horus had a fight with. Right in the balls area, right throat. The lowest chakra was called Seth. And as the man gets ready to ejaculate, the body temperature goes from 98.6 to 99.9. The heat is generated. And it's like Horus is rising or the sun is rising. And you go past the heart center, the heart used to be in the center of the chest, that's why they call it the heart center.
So you have to ask yourselves, sisters and brothers, why does Polight paint this around his left eye before he goes into a debate? He does this ceremoniously. It's almost like he's looking at this as some kind of war paint. But he's not telling you that it's a homosexual symbol because it represents the god Thoth. And Thoth was the moon god, the left eye of Horus, representing his weak eye, while the right represents his strong eye, the sun. And when the god Ra or Re syncretized with Horus, then the left eye and right eye of Horus became synonymous with the left eye and right eye of Ra. This is why people really don't know the difference between the two. There are slight differences between the two pairs of eyes, between the eyes of Ra and the eyes of Horus. But once they were syncretized together as deities, they became virtually the same. So Polight, if you are so against the homosexual agenda, why do you have a homosexual symbol painted around your eye? And the same question can be asked of the Amun-Ra squad, because they also have this same eye of Horus, which is the same as the eye of Ra, once they combined and became one deity, whose eye is a symbol of homosexuality. Maybe now you can understand why the all-seeing eye of Horus or Ra or Re is on the back of the dollar bill, hovering inside the capstone of a pyramid. When you think about pyramids, sisters and brothers, what does that take you back to? That's ancient Egypt. But we know that the eye of Horus or Ra or Re is a homosexual symbol. Also on the back of the dollar bill, you have what we know as the American eagle, which is based on the falcon symbol of Horus. And if you do your research, you will see that there is no ancient country or civilization that America emulates more than ancient Egypt. And even Egyptologists acknowledge this. But what did America recently do? They just legalized gay marriage in all 50 states.
The U.S. is now the 21st country in the world to recognize same-sex marriage nationwide.
This ruling will strengthen all of our communities by offering to all loving same-sex couples the dignity of marriage across this great land.
The opposition to the decision was strong. Reading from the bench, Chief Justice John Roberts said, quote, "Do not celebrate the Constitution. It had nothing to do with it." And Justice Clarence Thomas said, quote, "The court's decision today is at odds not only with the Constitution, but with the principles upon which our nation was built." But today, history was made on behalf of Jim Obergefell and all Americans who argue that marriage is a fundamental right for everyone.
Today's ruling from the Supreme Court affirms what millions across this country already know to be true in our hearts. Our love is equal.
The only thing this country is doing is getting back to its true Egyptian roots, which is homosexuality, sisters and brothers. So if you are pushing ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet, you are a part of this secret gay agenda. The only way to assure you that these brothers are free of this secret gay agenda is if they completely sever all ties with Egypt, Kemet, or the Nile Valley movement.
My question for you is, where does your name come from? What do the Hebrews say about the contendings of Horus and Seth? And who exactly is Kebesenuf after Seth conducts molestation and pedophilia? See, these are the questions we got to ask because you are Hebrew and you can't have it both ways. What do your brothers say about Seth and Horus? What did they say about Seth and Horus? What did they say Seth did to Horus? How did Kebesenuf become Kebesenuf? Well, if we accept the Hebrew Israelite story, this is what has to be understood. If you accept the Hebrew Israelite story, then guess what happens? Kebesenuf, you know how he was born? After Seth. If you take the Hebrew Israelite story that they gave us at the debate, if you take the Hebrew Israelite story that they gave us at the debate, if you take the Hebrew Israelite story that they gave us at the debate, if you take the Hebrew Israelite story that they gave us at the debate, after Seth tried to molest in an act of pedophilia young Horus, and he nutted, he busted nut all over Horus' hand. That same ejaculation spilled onto a lotus and became the offspring of Seth's nuts after he conducted pedophilia, and one of them is called Kebesenuf. Now, what I'm saying is, how could the Hebrew Israelites, who know so much about Kemet, and one thing they do, if it's homosexual, they definitely read it when it comes to Kemet, right? How the hell would they allow a man named Kebesenuf, who represents the ejaculation of a man that tried to rape a young... Now, what I'm saying is, how could the Hebrew Israelites, who know so much about Kemet, and one thing they do, if it's homosexual, they definitely read it when it comes to Kemet, right? How the hell would they allow a man named Kebesenuf, who represents the ejaculation of a man that tried to rape a young boy, that represents the emission, the sperm that was put on Horus, the sperm put on a little boy that became a man called Kebesenuf. How would you let him lead your charge at a debate? See, I'm going to take the Hebrew Israelite story and I'm going to say that this happened. And now that we're going to accept the Hebrew Israelite story that this happened, why out of all people's names would they allow a Kebesenuf to lead their charge where Kebesenuf is Setuk's, Seth's, nuts that was bust on a little boy that fell into a lotus and became Kebesenuf? Why would you let the end result of a pedophile's nuts open up your argument for you?
Damn.
Their team, knowing, this don't mean I agree with everything with ISUPK, I just got to tell the truth. They are so serious about their doctrine, they wouldn't let nobody named Kebesenuf with a Kemetic name lead their charge, brother. And I would respect that. How the hell do the Hebrew Israelites start their debate off with a Kebesenuf? How do you start your debate off with a guy with a Kemetic name? Do you see this? Can you read this here, brother? Say it again, brother.
I do not read Hebrew, no.
And this is why I'm telling you he shouldn't have went up. Not because you can't read Hebrew, per se, but this says, Barashi bara Elohim et ha-shamayim va-et ha-eret. This says, in the beginning, God created. You see what I'm saying? This is the first line in the Bible. Why did Nasi allow a man who can't even read the first line in the goddamn Torah to go up there and represent Hebrews that have been Hebrews for 20 plus years, unless he had no confidence in them because they read the King James version of the Bible and they're suspect because they may saw a high-fiving brothers on the butt. Not my words, his.
So now that we've indisputably proven that these Kemetic brothers are indeed promoting homosexual gods and thus pushing a secret gay agenda, let's take a look at a few more things that prove that ancient Egypt pushed a homosexual religious system before we wrap all this up. The image you are looking at now is a detail of the serpent god Nehebuka feeding the deceased Pharaoh in the afterlife. Now get a good look at this image. it depicts Nehebuchadnezzar as a humanoid serpent with a relatively small erection compared to the deceased Pharaoh, feeding the naked Pharaoh who also has an erection. Now, think about what you're looking at here. You essentially have two naked males, both are aroused, their penises are within inches of touching each other, while one hand feeds the other. Now, can you honestly say there's nothing homoerotic about this image? You're gonna tell me that there's nothing gay about two naked men facing each other with erections and their penises just inches away from touching? Be serious. But believe it or not, this is only one of many gay scenarios the ancient Egyptians believed happened to their pharaohs when they died. We're going to go again to a Dictionary of Gods and Goddesses by George Hart and read what it says under the god Nehebuchadnezzar, a snake god, he who harnesses the spirits. That's what the name Nehebuchadnezzar means. In the pyramid text, Nehebuchadnezzar is called son of Selkis, see Serket, the scorpion goddess, emphasizing his role in later spells of restoring the health of victims of venomous bites. Listen to this part though. Protective of royalty, Nehebuchadnezzar receives the monarch, meaning king, or in other words, the pharaoh, in the afterlife and provides a meal. And that is what the image you were looking at depicts. It depicts Nehebuchadnezzar feeding the deceased pharaoh in the afterlife. Now, have anybody that represents Kemet ever told you this? Have they ever told you that one of the things the ancient Egyptians believed happened to their pharaohs was that they met a naked humanoid serpent with an erection while being naked themselves, and that this naked humanoid serpent hand-fed them in the afterlife? Has Shakka Ahmose ever told you this? He calls himself a true pharaoh. Has he ever told you this about the afterlife of a pharaoh? What about young Pharaoh? It's in his name. Has young Pharaoh ever told you that when he dies, he expects to be hand-fed by a naked humanoid serpent creature with an erection, while he himself also stands naked with an erection in the presence of this creature? You have to ask yourself, why is the deceased Pharaoh depicted with an erection, or in other words, aroused, if the only other creature standing before him is another male with an erection? Because the indication is the Pharaoh is aroused by the other male with an erection standing in front of him. So if one male is sexually aroused by another male who is also sexually aroused, by the way, that's what the image depicted, what do we call that? We call that homosexual attraction. They don't want you to know that homosexuality was deeply intertwined with the theology of ancient Egypt. You cannot separate the two. But while we have this particular dictionary open, let's look up one more god that relates to what happened to the Pharaoh when he died. Now we're going to read about the god Babi. Look what it says about this god, a fierce, bloodthirsty baboon god. So Babi was depicted as a baboon. It continues. As early as the Old Kingdom, Babi Bull, i.e. dominant male of the baboons, represents supernatural aggression to which the monarch aspires. So this god represented the aggression to which the monarch, meaning the king or the pharaoh, aspires or tried to achieve. Listen to this. He controls the darkness and will open up the sky for the king, since his phallus is the bolt on the doors of heaven. You know what the bolt is, right? That's the little bar that you slide into place to lock a door and slide out of place to unlock it. This bolt was Babi's penis. So another thing that the ancient Egyptians believed happened to their pharaohs when they died was that they ascended to heaven and had to have the baboon god Bobby slide his penis out of place, which was the boat, in order to open the door and allow entry for the Pharaoh. But let's read that from the primary source. We're going to go again to the pyramid text, translated by James P. Allen, and we're going to read under spells for entering the sky corridor, west and east walls, meaning the west and east walls of the pyramid. And this is titled Opening the Door to the Sky. And it's recitation 2:18. Listen to this. Pull back baboon's penis. Look what it's saying. Pull back baboon's penis. And it continues. Open sky's door. You sealed door. Open a path for Unis on the blast of heat where the gods scoop water. What does it mean to say pull back baboon's penis? It's referring to Bobby pulling back his penis, which was the bolt on the door, so you can open sky's door. And another word for sky is heaven. So open heaven's door. So the ancient Egyptians believed that when the Pharaoh died, he would watch a baboon pull back his penis to open the door. Notice this is the second time we've read about a Pharaoh seeing an animal's penis. Remember with the god Nehebuchadnezzar, he was a serpent god, and we saw his penis. Now we're reading about Bobby, which was a male baboon god, and we're seeing his penis. See, these Kemetic Conscious Groups don't talk about this kind of stuff because this is bordering on bestiality as well as homosexuality. And if you get the context of what you're reading from this recitation, then you know that this is talking about in a self-pleasuring way. In other words, when Bobby pulled back his penis, he was stroking himself. And it is no mystery that the ancient Egyptians observed these baboons and knew that they were known for masturbating. In fact, there's a video on YouTube right now where some people went to the zoo and caught a baboon masturbating on film. You can look this stuff up. It is a well-known fact that primates are prone to masturbation. The ancient Egyptians knew this and they incorporated it into their theology as it applies to the baboon god Bobby. So again, this is homosexual. Why in the world would the ancient Egyptians believe that when their pharaohs died, they're seeing a baboon masturbate, and in another case, a serpent man with an erection hand feeding them, while they themselves stand naked with an erection? But are the Kemetic Conscious Groups telling you about this? No. So sisters and brothers, all of this stuff shows that Egyptian mythology was deeply rooted in homosexuality. There's no denying it. Maybe now we can go to the Bible and see what it says about Egypt and homosexuality. We're going to go to Leviticus chapter 18 and we're going to read verses 1 to 3. Listen to this. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. Notice that God said, after the doings of the land of Egypt, and after the doings of the land of Canaan, shall ye not do. What this means is, whatever you are about to read in this chapter are things the Egyptians and the Canaanites practice. And if you read this entire chapter, it mostly deals with unlawful sexual relations, or in other words, incest. But the particular verse we're interested in is verse 22. Look what it says. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is abomination. This is talking about homosexuality, sisters and brothers. See, our Bible explicitly states that it is an abomination to God, meaning something God hates, for people to be homosexual. But it named this in the list of things that were practiced by the Egyptians and the Canaanites. Now, after all the things I've just shown you, do you really find it so hard to believe now that the Egyptians practiced homosexuality? Do you think heterosexual men wrote the Contendings of Horus and Seth? What about all the gay spells in the pyramid text and the coffin text? Do you think heterosexual men wrote that stuff? Who else but a bunch of homos would sit down and think up this gay stuff? But most importantly, after everything I've shown you in this documentary, do you honestly believe the Bible is lying when it says the ancient Egyptians practiced homosexuality? If you're honest, you would have to say no. You know the Bible is telling the truth because you saw it in the ancient Egyptian literature yourself. But we're going to go to one more place. We're going to go to Joshua chapter 24 and verse 14. And this is Joshua addressing the 12 tribes of Israel. Listen to this. Now therefore, fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and in truth. Put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood. And the word flood here is referring to the Euphrates River, not to be confused with Noah's flood. It means on the other side of the Euphrates River. That's talking about the Babylonian gods. But listen to this part. And in Egypt, and serve ye the Lord. See, God told Israel to put away the gods they served in Egypt. That means we're supposed to put away Horus. We don't supposed to be dealing with Seth, Thoth, Isis, Osiris, no Egyptian gods. Why? Because they are closely related to the commandment that speaks against homosexuality. In other words, sisters and brothers, when we put away Horus and Seth and Thoth and Kebesanuth and all these other gods that are related to homosexuality, we are in essence putting away the influences to practice homosexuality from among us. Because how can you honestly say you won't be influenced when the very gods you praise and worship are homosexuals? This is why I say there's a secret gay agenda among the Kemetic Conscious Groups, because the Bible tells us to put away the homosexual gods of Egypt, but the Kemetic Conscious Groups are pushing these homosexual gods on us and telling us to put away the Bible. You do the math. So sisters and brothers, I've shown you that the Kemetic Conscious Groups are indeed pushing homosexual gods and therefore are pushing a secret gay agenda. I even showed you how these guys tried to cover up and lie about the homosexuality in ancient Egyptian literature and busted them. But most importantly, I showed you that the Bible condemns the homosexuality of ancient Egypt and its homosexual gods. So sisters and brothers, the next time one of these Kemetic Conscious Group members come to you and try to push Kemet on you or try to claim that ancient Kemet did not promote homosexuality, you just present the information in this documentary to them, and maybe, just maybe, they will do what Joshua told the children of Israel to do in Joshua chapter 24 and 14, and that is put the gods of Egypt from among them. See you next time.
The only text that they can pull up is the Contendings of Horus and Seth. Is the Contendings of Horus and Seth. Is the Contendings of Horus and Seth. Is the Contendings of Horus and Seth.
That's it.
It would be different if it was multiple texts.